say your name, followed by the pound key.
He was supposed to lead everybody with it.
Better have it in front of you.
Boy,
He just choked, so.
well, yeah, I suppose, yeah.
All right, we'll consider for approval minutes and agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes and agenda.
I'll second it.
Got a motion from Jensvold and a second from Smith to approve the minutes and agenda as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. 9 a.m., Sue McCullough, assessor, to discuss with possible action pictometry contract.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, I guess I'm first going to ask if you received my email and had a chance to look over the contract.
Okay, you were allowed to start with, and then you kind of got farther away. So for our recording
Okay, sorry.
purposes, we'll want to make sure you're close to the microphone.
Is this better?
It's better. Go ahead.
How about this? Okay. First off, I was wondering if you received the email with the new contract and the payment schedules.
Yeah, I looked at it.
I did too.
All right. And as was discussed before, it's minimal change. It's amendment to the previous contract, just to change the resolution and then to add a flight in the 2025.
All right.
And I'd like you to consider approving it. My board is behind it. And in previous years, the supervisors already signed the contract, so I would like to see it be signed.
All right. Now, just for heads up for the people that might be on now or watching the recording, the only change in this one basically was our flight was going to have more resolution to it, correct?
Yes,
And that was going to be the extra cost, which was minimal, is going to be absorbed by the engineers department.
correct. It was,
$6,000 extra cost basically, and then 2,000 of it is because of the better resolution.
Okay,
So it's a 4,000 increase from before, which doesn't seem like anything ever goes down, so.
right.
And that's for rural areas, though.
It's everything. in
It's
the county,
everything.
The whole county. See, and before, all the cities, or the bigger cities anyway, had the better resolution. Now we're getting the better resolution throughout the whole county.
So the upgrade is the
Yeah.
rural.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
And not all the towns were the higher resolution, were they?
yes, they were.
Oh, they were.
Yes.
Before. Okay.
So the upgrade really is just the rural.
Yes, that's correct, Susan.
Anybody have any questions on the contract?
I think for as much as they use it, and also Scott's office uses it, I think it's money well spent.
Well, and then he's willing to step up and spend the extra out of his budget to.
And I think this is one of our best things that we can offer the public. I mean, this is a tool that everybody could use
I
when they
agree.
go to our website. I kind of,
Yeah, the public really likes it.
when I look at some of the other counties, namely to the south of us, that have those extra row of townships that we don't, and they don't provide it, I guess I'm disappointed. But I think everybody that I've talked to enjoys it, so.
Yeah, I think it's a useful tool. Should I make the motion?
Sure.
I'd like to make the motion to approve the pictometry contract as stated.
I'll second it.
Got a motion from Smith and a second from Jensvold to approve the pictometry contract. That would put us with, we'll have a flight in 22 and a flight in 25, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye,
Aye. All those opposed, same sign.
we don't need to stamp this, do we?
Motion carries. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too.
Thanks, Sue.
Consider for approval, resolution to postpone tax sale. Morning, Julie.
Good morning.
So this is a resolution that will postpone the tax sale for one more month. We're getting closer to that time of year where we can do, what, 2 years worth of tax sales maybe?
Hopefully, yeah.
And with the changes in our vaccines and everything, hopefully we should be able to do that.
Yep, I do too. I did run a delinquent list, so you guys could have a total of what is outstanding, which will also include the first half of 2019 and back, okay? So it's $156,380. And 69,000 of that is the 2018 and older.
Okay. You said 59,000 of it? Or 60?
60.
69,000.
69.
All right.
Yeah, and we were at like 78,000 to start off with.
Okay.
But a lot of people don't even pay their second half until March.
Yeah.
So, and then, there'll be March, April, May, and then they get concerned with the tax sale coming up. So then we'll see more coming in at that time. Hopefully,
All right.
if people have the funds to pay.
Yeah, I've noticed a few things that are probably being affected by not having a tax sale. I mean,
Okay,
there's properties just kind of sitting empty or sitting with nothing being done on them because it hasn't gone to tax sale yet. But I think in the conditions we're in right now, I don't see it.
so did the people just move, or you mean they're just not doing anything to upgrade their property, or,
Yeah,
okay,
both. So, but I don't think it's worth doing a tax sale right now. The costs involved and
that's the problem,
the
yeah.
benefits you get from it. So, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution to postpone tax sale for one more month.
I'll second that.
On a motion from Derby and a second from Smith to approve the resolution to postpone tax sale. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, motion carries.
Because even if you have the tax sale and somebody picks up the property taxes.
Still got a delay.
Yeah, they can't go right in and clean up property or anything like that. It's not theirs.
It's probably
until-
more the sheriff's sales that are,
That's,
are they doing those?
Yes.
yeah,
right?
and that's not part of our office at all. That's through the sheriff's department. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then we'll just go, Bill, you want to stamp it, please?
So
And then
Judy,
you get
where
to
is that list? Is that something that you said you could share with us?
The delinquent tax list. I can run it. I just ran like the
Oh,
back
this is it.
page for totals.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
I didn't, run the whole pages out,
That's fine.
but it was just totals. So
Thank
that's
you. So
all
this
of it for
is-
2019 and older, so September tax and older. This would be 2018 and older.
Oh, sure.
If you were just kind of wondering what was outstanding from the tax sale.
What kind of interest does somebody that buys one of those get?
Well, they get 2% a month.
Better than the bank.
Yeah. So, it's kind of a sad deal too for people that don't have the money, and then the property gets sold at tax sale, and then they've got not just the 1.5% interest that the county has, but 2% on the certificate buyer. So it adds up, and it's harder to get it back
Yeah.
for some people.
Now explain that part to me. You said the 1.5 previously to this tax sale,
Mm-hmm.
then it's 2% after the tax.
And 1.5 continues to add up.
Yeah, but the person that bought it pays the taxes, right?
Mhm. And they earn that, so when it comes time to redeem it, they continue to pay their taxes.
Right.
If you don't come in and redeem your tax, the certificate buyer can pay that certain times of the year.
Right.
And whatever money that goes into that, they get all of that back.
But I'm still trying to figure out how the county's charging 1.5% after the tax sale.
It's the interest earned on our part.
Oh,
And
it's
then
just on, so,
Like when you seen some of those that are county held tax sales and you abate the interest, that is what gets charged on that tax amount. So if it comes delinquent, there's delinquency, so you have a penalty of 1.5%. And the certificate buyer is earning 2%. So it's,
so when the certificate buyer buys it, are they paying for the delinquent taxes plus the 1.5%? Are they paying off the 1.5%?
Yeah.
Okay,
they're paying that, but to redeem it, that person is actually paying an additional 2% to the certificate buyer.
going forward, yeah, but they paid it like 6 days later, it's not much.
Yeah.
That's it. I just didn't understand. It almost sounded like we were collecting 1.5% until it's all done, but we're not. We're only doing it till the tax sale
Till the tax sale, and
Yeah.
then, because then the guy buys it,
and charges 2%.
it's current, yeah. And then, let's say that it goes delinquent September, they don't pay, well, there's 1.5% penalty.
Oh, yeah.
By the time the certificate buyer can purchase it, at that time, it's 3%, because it's 1.5 per month,
Oh, per month, okay.
yeah. So the certificate buyer makes it current. So it's just kind of a round table.
Okay,
Yep, and then to redeem it, they have to pay all of that back to the certificate buyer. And the
Yeah.
certificate buyer then is earning 2% interest on what they've paid. So you just wish that they could pay it up front and not have to,
Yeah.
because that adds up, that the delinquency that we're collecting plus the 2% that they owe the certificate buyer. Plus the tax. So,
all right, thank you.
Better to pay it.
did you already give it to him? Okay, thank you.
Let's see, I stamped it already. Can't
Yeah,
let me-
I was just into another world there. And you can keep those and I can print out more if you other two want.
I'll just look at that again, probably.
But that just kind of, it's not a lot to go on. I just printed the totals on the bottom so you guys could see that. And because I know last month you asked where we were standing in delinquency. So hopefully in June we can go forward and each month we can keep collecting.
All right, move on to
Thank you.
I think it's
discussion with possible action regarding COVID-19 policies.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good. How's Julie?
Good,
Okay,
good, good. Busy.
yeah, I figured as much.
As you know, yesterday we started the 1B. And our office is working through the tier 1 of that 1B, which is first responders, schools, firefighters, police, child welfare, and social workers. And we have dates set to get started with the teachers. And we're going to start with the pre-K and work our way up that way. All of the nursing homes in our area in Winnebago County have received their first dose, and they 2 of them are receiving their second dose this week and next week. So we're hoping in 2 weeks that will be all done. And after tonight, we will be halfway through our boost dose for 1A.
Okay. Andy was saying on the radio that Winnebago County is only getting 100 doses this week. Is that new vaccines then? Not including the second dose?
Yep, that's the new vaccine for the start of 1B.
Okay. And is there any talk about ramping up soon, or?
We do not know every week what we're going to get. We could get 100, we could get 200, we could get 3. We're hoping by the end of February we could have more, but it all depends on the state and their allocation that they get from their federal partners.
Right.
And it goes out by population.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, if you look at 100 per week, that takes 100 weeks to cover our population.
Yep. And what we have to do with those doses, since we partnered with Miller, Hy-Vee, and Mercy, so we get 100 doses, and we have to take 50% of that goes to those 3, so you got to divide 50 doses amongst those 3, and then we have 50 doses to work with the tiers.
Yeah. So it's going to be a real slow process, unless it.
Yep. We've had, our calls have doubled in the last 2 weeks here in the office. We'll set the phone down and it'll ring again. So Eric has put a little blurb on our phone so it goes right to that. So if they have COVID questions, we have everything listed in there right now. And if they have more questions, then they can stay on the line and talk to us. But I do know that Miller's and the clinic have a list of people that they have waiting for their shots, and when they get their allocated doses from us, then they call those people and set up a time, and they have to do it 10 at a time or however many doses they get, so we don't waste a dose. And then I know theirs is online, but you have to sign up for an alert and put in your email and stuff, and then that alert will alert you when they have a dose and you're up on the schedule.
All right. Any other updates?
No, I'm just hoping we can get some more vaccine here in the middle of the month, but patiently waiting.
All right. Well, you can be patient. Everybody else isn't, so.
I know, we're trying to be, and that's what we hope everyone else will be patient. I will say we do have, our numbers are going down. I believe we did not even have a positive case yesterday, and I don't even remember if I've seen where we had a 0 in that column for a while. So that was good to see. But then on the other bad note, we got a note that new virus that is out there that mutated from this came into Iowa. There are 3 cases. So they are in Johnson, 2 in Johnson and 1 in Bremer. So still practicing all the mitigation of mask covering, social distancing, washing your hands, and staying home sick is still being preached. So, because they say this one is more contagious.
But it's still covered by the vaccine.
Yep, it's still covered by the vaccine. Yep.
Hopefully we get a 3rd vaccine soon, too.
Yes, I believe next month, they said on our webinar last week that Johnson & Johnson is applying for their emergency use agreement. It's called the EUA, and that has to go through the federal government. So, and I believe that's a 1-shot.
Yes.
So we're waiting for more news on that.
All right. You have anything else then?
I do not.
Okay. You got any questions here?
right, thanks, guys. You guys have a good day.
Consider for approval, corrected resolution from 1/19/2021.
We have, so this just needs to be signed. They're all had minor typos in them, like that one was said April. This one was the number thing, and this one, when I moved it from here to here, I had to just, was more specific, so they just all need to receive the thing and
Which resolution is this?
Couple of them were my typos, I apologize for that.
Right, so what resolution is it?
There's the one for the comp board, and then Scott's contract, and then,
The truck purchase.
Okay. So do we do these separately or just one resolution to correct those
yeah,
items? Just sign?
and I actually just put the one on for the comp board. The other ones just need, I mean, it was the typo, and
So we're acting on the resolution.
for the comp board, yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution, 1/19/2021 or 0101, to correct the comp board's recommendation.
I'll second that.
On a motion from Derby and a second from Jensvold to approve the corrected resolution for 1/19/2021. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Oh. I suppose we could talk about, I'd rather do everything else in order, but we could just talk about the semi-monthly county claims. Do you have some questions, Susan?
I did have some questions.
Better have Chris in here for that.
It's just that I don't understand it fully yet, so.
Hi, Chris, can you answer a couple questions for semi-monthly county claims? Right.
When you're going through them, you can't help but go, what?
Yeah.
You know, just because you don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Some of it's because it's new, some of it's because just the way the system details it out is kind of fun. But there's a lot of things to learn about from expenditure standpoint.
Yeah, for sure.
She's got a couple
I
questions.
just because I don't understand. No, you're good. So what is the labor relations? That's to.
Galloway? or
Allers and Cooney,
Yeah.
that is our employer,
Consult.
He's our lawyer.
employer lawyer. So whenever a department has a question on personnel that we can't answer, we notify them.
Okay.
So they have services probably every month. It's not very much every month, but
So
They,
we,
they specialize in that.
It's human resources.
so why don't we use the supervisor lawyer, the ISAC?
Because they specialize in
I don't know what that
human
is.
resources.
Just because this is strictly human resources.
Specialized.
Anytime we do negotiations with bargaining groups and unions, we use him.
Okay.
Anytime we change our policies, they look at them and go through it.
Sure. And then, well, Don's truck sale, that 151, that's
What we approve.
what we approved, right?
Yep, that's the truck chassis and box, that was approved the time before. So the board approved this one back in July and finally are receiving that, so we pay on receipt of the truck.
Okay.
Yep.
I wonder
So,
how that.
This is the prior truck from the one we've been discussing lately.
Okay. And just because I'm curious, what's Robin Blacksmithing?
I don't know. That is from, what department? Is that conservation?
Conservation?
Okay, let me go check because I don't recall. I didn't know what it was either.
Okay. And then you guys can probably answer this one, but, Sue McCullough has a phone
We
reimbursement?
reimburse, some people, get reimbursed for their phones for their own call. We have a policy that says up to a certain amount we
There's
reimburse their
just a
cell
flat
phone.
rate, or they submit the,
They submit a bill.
But it's up to a certain number. Mark Johnson always had reimbursement for his phone and.
sure. And so it's not just because she's working from home, it's just because she's on call all the
Yeah,
time?
she's always got.
Okay. Hi, Teresa.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
They repaired a dump trailer for conservation.
Oh,
They must be welding.
must be welding, huh?
Where are they out of then?
Leland.
Okay.
He's used him many times.
Hmm.
I just couldn't remember what this bill is.
Robin Blacksmithing.
I think it must be his wife, huh?
Dewey and Karen Rule,
Yeah.
ROLL.
He's the guy that blacksmiths out of Heritage Park, but he has a welding shop too.
Okay. That-
Right off of the curves on the way to, no,
Now I learned something.
I don't know.
okay, I wondered if that's
Yeah.
who it was.
Okay, I don't know why their name is that, but that's just what it is.
Sure.
And I just assumed it was repairs for something.
Yeah, well, there's just not a lot of blacksmithing going on.
Yeah, no.
You know, so I was like, okay.
It's a fine art.
To me,
horses?
When I hear the blacksmithing, I think of welding, so I just
Yeah.
assumed it was.
That's it.
Oh, okay.
I just,
Do you wanna make your
Curious.
motion then?
um,
On the semi-monthly?
sure. I'll make a motion that we approve the semi-monthly claims.
I'll second it.
On a motion from Smith and a second from Jensvold to approve the semi-monthly county claims. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now, did that get stamped?
I think you had it, didn't you? Did you stamp it?
Did you stamp them? There's like several bunches.
Did you already go past drainage?
We skipped it because we had this much time. We gotta start at 9:30,
Oh, I see. Okay,
so.
I'll wait
Okay,
to
so
call.
9:30, public hearing for Eagle Port 15 site. You can let it sit now.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing for Eagle Port 15 site.
I'll second the motion. A motion from Jensvold and a second from Derby to open the public hearing for Eagle Port 15 site. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So the public hearing is open. Is the applicant on the phone?
Good morning. I'm Kent Kraus with Pinnacle in Iowa Falls, Iowa, and we've prepared the permit for Eagle Pork. I do not believe Eagle Pork was going to be on the call this morning, so it'll. I think I'm the only one representing the project.
All right. So, I know, Susan, you went through the master matrix process. Do you feel like they made the points?
I think they made the points, but then there was one discrepancy on a distance that they had to change. And then they had to find points somewhere else. And they did.
So, yesterday, as we were reviewing the matrix in preparation for today's discussion, we discovered that that water extended along to the north, and we had only measured to the east. And so, as we verified that distance to the north, it was a lesser distance, still legal as far as DNR and required separation distance, but when we took that shorter distance away from the matrix question that addresses that, yeah, then we were 10 points short. And so we replaced those 10 points with what's called the worker safety program. And I can discuss that as we go through the matrix. But yeah, we did discover a mistake yesterday, and I wanted to get that corrected ahead of the vote versus trying to fix it afterwards. So.
Do we have a copy of ours?
Teresa, did you end up with the one that I gave Darius?
I have it with me.
Okay.
I looked at it, the last couple days here, and I just have some basic questions, nothing.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Teresa. We have the closest property to your development, and I, first of all, am not here to in any way cause problems. I just have some questions that I would like answered.
Sure.
I know that this is a 5,000 hog facility and it's feeder to finish, but how many cycles of hogs in a year then?
Well, feeder to finish will run, we estimate 2.5 times per year.
Okay.
And it's somewhat dependent on the final target size of the pigs they're marketing, but kind of industry standard is 2.5 times for feeder to finish. If we are doing wean to finish, we estimate a 6-month production cycle, so it'd be just 2 times a year.
Okay.
But this one's 2.5 times.
Okay. And then, I mean, obviously, I'm assuming that we used to raise hogs, so I know a little bit about how some of these things go, but you're cleaning and sanitizing between the cycles for disease protection, all those kinds of things. So when you're cycling out a group of hogs before you bring in the next one, is it a week? Is it a couple days, or?
Well, and again, it's a biological process, and depending on the system. Now, these buildings are designed to a Christensen Farms specification, and Eagle Pork raises a number of pigs for that integrator. But again, it can be a couple days and it can be a couple weeks, just depending on pig flows out of the sow units and then out into the nurseries and health of both those systems that will eventually feed into this finishing site. So very seldom it's shorter than a week. But it can be extended just depending on flows and all the different things that factor into the flows.
Okay. And then I'm assuming, just based on the other facility that is about 2 miles south of us, so when you're cycling through sending the hogs to market and doing your sanitizing and whatnot, is that when you're cleaning out the pit for the containment for the manure, or?
Not necessarily. The manure application process generally takes place in the fall and then to a slightly lesser degree in the spring. So again, that's being timed, post-harvest, getting out and putting that manure on between harvest and then freeze up of the soils. One of the things we'll talk about in this master matrix is they made a lifetime commitment to inject these manures. So again, we're going to want to get that manure applied, you know, pre-freeze up. And again, that isn't an exact science either, depending on the year. But and then you'll also see some manures being applied in the spring. The challenge with that is if it's a wetter spring, you can have compaction issues. So producers tend to minimize the amount of spring applications. But today with the building designs, and again in the master matrix we'll talk about, we've used a cupped water or a panned water, which in turn creates less water wastage and less manure produced. But our goal is that these pits have between 12 and 18 months of storage in them. So if it's there should be storage to make it 12 months and just do a harvest only or a fall only application. But again, some people like to keep those pits empty, and depending on fertilizer prices, there's times when you want to get every fertilizer dollar out of that pit and onto the field as quick as you can to displace fertilizer expenses. So again, a couple different answers to that, but it's primarily a fall application post-harvest will be the bulk of the applications.
Okay, and then in the same vein of the manure management side, I heard you say knifed in. Can it be surface applied, and if so, how many hours do they have before they knife it in?
Yeah, that's a good point. We generically refer to it a lot as knifed in, but within that same commitment, they can surface apply it, but it's got to be incorporated or covered with soil on that same date. So depending on what time they're applying it, and there's very little surface application done today, just because everybody wants to preserve every pound of nitrogen that they can. And the nitrogen will be the component in the fertilizer most likely to volatilize if it does. But anyway, they can surface apply it, or there's an applicator, we refer to it as the double disc covering system, where it will place that manure on the ground out of a tube, and then you have two covering discs that put a mound of dirt over the top of it. But anyway, it can be done simultaneously, but the commitment is that it's done on that same date. So anything they would apply in the afternoon would have to be incorporated before midnight.
Okay, and then again on the manure management, I'm assuming it's not the business or the management entity, Christensen Farms, that's doing the application. But if not, are they contracting with a third party, and then what's the oversight for the third party?
Yeah, so the site owner, Eagle Pork, is responsible for applying the manures. Christensen's will typically, and most of the integrators will typically, they'll dictate the biosecurity process for the manure hauler coming in, whether that's the site owner or a third-party owner or a third-party applicator. And then they'll also dictate the ventilation protocol to make sure that the pigs are adequately ventilated during that pumping process. But then that manure application is really the responsibility of the site owner. So one of the main purposes of our company, and we'll contract back with Eagle Pork and make sure there's adequate fields in the manure plan. We have to do a modeling of those fields that are in the manure plan, make sure they're stable from a phosphorus perspective. Iowa has a model that estimates amount of phosphorus lost to Iowa's water system. And in trying to minimize that, these fields have to score in the top 2 of 5 categories as being stable for phosphorus application. So once we have a field scored that scores high enough to receive manure, which all of these In fact, we'll go through that scoring if you like, but all of these are in the highest or most stable category. Then those manures are limited by nitrogen application to match up with crop removal rate on those specific fields and their yields. So again, we look at either the county average yield or the proven yields on those specific farms. We will calculate out how much nitrogen that crop needs for that next year's crop, and that'll dictate the application rate of those manures.
Okay, and then with I looked through the application as far as where the properties are that are contracted right now for manure application, but will it always be those properties, or will you be seeking other properties in the future? It will mostly be these properties. That manure management plan in itself is a plan. So these are the planned applications, and they are subject to change literally the day before, the day of application. But I know Eagle Pork has developed a relationship with this producer that really wants to utilize the fertility value out of these manures. So they'll tend to honor those commitments and continue to work with their fields. But that plan's open to work with any field as long as we have it pre-scored and have agreements with that landowner that he wants to receive those manures, and we set that application rate. So this plan is subject to change, like I say, the day of application, as long as we can get it pre-scored. And then those actual applications are documented. The site owner is required to keep a 5-year crop history of where those manures were applied, and then we're subject to audit by the DNR to review those records to verify that fields were all pre-scored and application rates were within what was committed to in the manure management plan. Okay, I just have a couple more questions. Is there any plans or intent to plant a tree or shrub line around the property? I know some hog confinements have done that, others have not. I'm just curious what the plans are for this one.
Not that we've been told. We haven't obviously had to put them. If you've reviewed the master matrix, we didn't commit to that in the master matrix. It doesn't mean they can't be done, but it's not in that site development plan that we're aware of yet.
Okay, and then what type of system is in place for notification of any sort of emergencies? I'm again going to make the assumption you're not using sprinkling systems for the building. So if there's a fire or an electrical outage, or a manure leak, is there a system in place for notification?
Well, there are alarms. Those buildings are monitored 24/7 from a perspective of temperatures, water pressure, and electricity, and those are on they will be on an alarm system where if that control system senses a non-compliant issue, it dials a live operator, and then there's a list of people that are contacted and continue to be contacted until somebody answers the phone and says, yes, I'm available, and I will check out the situation. As far as the manure spill, through the manure hauling process, there's a 24-hour DNR phone number that will be posted at the office or at the telephone there in the event of a spill. Your commercial haulers are required to report any spills. So again, through the actual manure pumping process, that'll be reported by the personnel on site actually doing the pumping of the manures.
Okay. And then kind of along the same lines, you must have drainage for water and those kinds of things, where's the drainage going?
So, if you go through the permit, there's the construction design statement. But one of the requirements of that is the requirement for perimeter tile down around the footings of the buildings. And those tile will go in through the pouring of the pit walls and pit floors. And then there's three options available as far as as we collect those groundwaters. The reason they're doing that, they want to get that hydraulic pressure away from the walls and away from the floors on those buildings, and get that water up and out of the subsoil there and get it away from the buildings. But they're required to have what's called either an inspection port with a slice valve, and what that'll allow them to do is either drop a sump pump into that inspection port and pump that water out that's collected, much like your sump pump in a residential house, or they can hook that perimeter tile up to a farm tile if your grades match up as far as, the height of the floors as compared to your depth of your field tile. And then the third option available is, and I doubt if this site's going to lend itself to that, but they're allowed to drain that perimeter tile if it daylights on their own property. That works in certain parts of the state where we've got a little more rolling terrain and topography to work with. That doesn't work real well in flat ground in north central Iowa. So more than likely it'll either be a sump pump type system, or it'll be hooked up to the field tile. And then the reason for the slice valve, if they ever detect water or manure or any odors that don't seem that don't smell like water, they have the ability to shut that tile off with that slice valve, and then they're required to call DNR and inspect and determine what the situation is, if there is a leak or not.
Okay. Any rodent control? And I ask because it's not actually the rodents I'm necessarily concerned about. We have a high coyote population right in that particular area. In fact, I think there's some living in the Grove, just north of the assigned property. But just curious kind of if there's any plans or if those things have been considered.
Mortality, more than likely, and I think that's probably what we're concerned about here. Mortality, and again, our options for mortality are rendering and or composting. And quite frankly, when we're trying to outsmart coyotes, which are a problem and a growing problem across the entire state, it's hard to deal with them. Typically, and I can't commit for what they're going to do, but typically, if they render, they'll either have dumpsters there that they'll put the mortality in, but they'll also try to have some fencing around that, trying to keep those animals out. The challenge with a coyote is their ability to jump into almost any type of enclosure. You can hope that they don't drag the animals up and over the gating and the penning, but that part of it is a challenge, and it's probably just as great a challenge if you're going to use a composting system, because the only thing those animals then are covered with a carbon source, corn stalks, and again, even harder to keep the coyotes and such out of them. But as far as other rodent controls from a biosecurity perspective, you'll see the integrators are going to want, and the site owner is also going to want, they'll have bait stations all around the outside perimeters of the buildings, and also some inside the buildings to take care of any rodent issues, both from a building preservation, keeping the rodents from chewing through the curtains and such, but then also from the integrator's perspective on a biosecurity and disease control. they want to limit that to the greatest degree possible.
Okay, thank you. Just one more question that's actually got two in it, but how many truckloads, obviously when you're bringing in the small baby pigs, the feeder pigs, there's less truckloads than there is when you're hauling out the market weight, but approximately how many truckloads for hauling in and hauling out?
The trucks hauling in are generally hauling 600 animals in per load. So if you've got just easy math, if you've got 4,800 head on the site and you're hauling in 600 per load, you've got about 8 loads of feeder pigs coming in. Pigs going out are typically in that 170 head per load. So again, if you look at 4,800 head divided by 170, you've got about 28 loads of animals going out at market time.
Okay, and this is actually probably a question more for the county. I called and talked to Scott last week about just questioning if we had any agreements with other facilities on the roads and those kinds of things. But is the county planning on, or have you discussed or considered any sort of road use agreement? The only reason I ask that is because I obviously, being in development previously, I know that we have not required that of any of the other facilities that have been located in the county. So you can't necessarily go back and retroactively do that. However, when I look at 28 truckloads hauling out, and depending obviously upon the time of the year, it can really wear and tear on the roads. We've done other road use agreements with other types of businesses. The wind farms have road use agreements. It wasn't called a road use agreement, but when Christensen Farms feed mill was built, we had agreements in place, development agreements, because of what the county did for the turn lanes and the paving that we did at that intersection. So I'm just curious as to whether or not you guys have considered or even thought about trying to implement some sort of a road use agreement with these developments, because this won't be the only one to happen. There's going to be more and more. We're seeing that happen over the last few years. And so on my particular road, you know, there's that section of level B that's a mile south of us or a mile and a half south of us, whatever it is, that facility is on. So that facility, those folks, and I think it's Christensen Farms that does the management on that, they handle the snow removal and whatnot in the winter to get to that facility. This one will be on the section of roadway that is not level B. And so, you know, we're talking about 28 truckloads to haul market weight hogs out. I don't know what, I mean, that kind of thing could do to the road when it's mushy and muddy. But I wanted to bring it up because I thought it should be mentioned.
So there'll be a lot of feed trucks too, so it's not
Right.
just when they haul out and when they haul in, so it'll be
True.
Yeah, I'll say from our perspective, the construction's the worst part for hog buildings, and some of those can be devastating for the road and require almost rebuilds. You know, we have to haul in larger rock to fill in ruts and kind of work our way up and rebuild the road. And, you know, we haven't really gotten any assistance from the developers on that front. It's something we aren't usually notified about ahead of time. We get a call, a road's in tough shape, we show up and see it's from the construction traffic, and we'll try our best to negotiate with the developers to pay for some of that damage, but haven't really been successful in most cases.
Kent, do you know if this was to go forward, when construction would start?
We don't know for sure. This is, you know, the permitting process is about a 90-day process. Quite frankly, what's going on in the industry as grain prices have rallied, some of these new projects may not get built this season at all. But in the spirit of the American farmer, we have an amazing ability to overproduce and create cheap grain again. So I would guess if it doesn't happen this summer, it'll happen next summer. But that's, again, from a new construction perspective, we see the industry kind of trying to figure out what to do with this, this rally that's happened the last, 30, 60 days.
How about the manure application? Do you know, is it going to be by those big tanks, or is it going to be by tether?
If you look at the way these fields are kind of scattered around, and again, it's the Cox family that was really interested in utilizing the fertilizers out of it. It's probably going to be tanks, at least I would guess initially until they get their rotations kind of sorted out. The industry continues to move more and more towards umbilical systems. The challenge is, again, as you have scattered fields, it's a little harder to make those systems work. There's a lot of setup and breakdown required with that, and then just getting across different property lines and different obstacles between the fields. So I would say initially, I would assume there's going to be, it'll be with tank application.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the conversation, Ken?
I can sure go through the matrix if you'd like, although I think we've probably covered most of the questions in there. Great questions. I can sure go through that with you if you'd like, but I don't want to waste your time if you've already studied it. We're required to have 440 points, and that's our score, 440 points. The big commitments from a community and perspective are that commitment to inject those manures on the day it's applied. Broadcast application still legal in Iowa. You still see it maybe in some pasture and hay applications, but from the row crop perspective, everybody's trying to preserve every unit of nitrogen they can, and so we're familiar. We see a lot of injection or incorporation, but it's not necessarily required. But the commitment here in the matrix, they're making a lifetime commitment on that facility to always inject the manures. Beyond that, we've covered just about everything that was part of the matrix, but I'd sure be open to questions if you have any others.
Back when we started, you mentioned that you had to pull 10 points from somewhere else. Can you explain that part of it? Did I miss that?
No, and so if you look at question number 9, when we measured, or I'm sorry, question number 4, when we measured to the closest water source, so that would be what we refer to as small waters. It'd be your unnamed rivers. We also measured major waters, which would be like your Iowa rivers, your Cedar rivers, those bigger waters. But any water source has a separation distance of 500 feet. We measured to the dredge ditch to the east, and I don't recall the exact distance on it, but as we were looking at the map yesterday, I said, guys, we needed to measure to the north, and so we remeasured to the north, and we were at 947 feet. So again, we're just about double what the requirement is, but it dropped our points on question number 4 from 15 down to 5. So then what we did is we added those 10 points that we lost in what's called a worker safety program. And it just solidifies from a worker's perspective that we want them to take proper precautions, and it addresses protective equipment that they're going to wear when they're choring the pigs. So 10 question, or those 10 points we replaced are question number 37, that worker safety and protection program. And then there's a narrative that comes along with that, and it's the last 2 pages of the narrative in your master matrix, and that's required to be kept on site. The other thing I would mention is the site had points for the emergency action plan. I know there were some questions about that, and that's also posted at the site, and that's also included in your master matrix as far as the people that are responsible for the different operations of that site.
So I had another question about compliance and making sure that everything is done properly. How often do they inspect that? And if someone from the general public sees something that they think is not compliant, who do they notify and how?
Yep. So the controlling authority is Iowa DNR, obviously. The local field office for this operation is out of the Mason City field office, but you can call Mason City field office, and there's a group within that facility called Animal Feeding Operations that reviews all of these manure plans. So the manure plan that is included in this permit, one copy goes to the engineer. There's actually 2 Iowa engineers that review the building and the construction specifications. And then there'll be a field officer there in the Mason City office that reviews the manure management plan. I mentioned that the site owner is required to keep those hauling records for 5 years. With COVID, everything's been kind of a mess. We always used to say that we would expect to be audited sometime around every 3rd to 5th year. I don't know that nothing's running on autopilot right now. I mean, I know as a company, we're doing probably 10 audits per week right now, reviewing application records in the different manure management plans. So there's a lot of auditing going on right now. But again, if you see something that doesn't look right within that operation or around that operation, probably the first call is to Iowa DNR, and then they will contact whether it be the site owner, or in this situation, we're the contact person for the site owner. And we go out with the DNR and understand what's going on and how to rectify the situation if there is a problem.
Okay. I actually talked to the DNR and have the card, Teresa, and you can have that so you can have a direct.
I've got the copy.
Okay, good.
I have a question. Is there an effort made to try and time out when the pigs are ready? And I know the feed you can, I mean, that's all year round, but like when you're hauling the pigs in and out, you try and make an effort to where it doesn't happen in the spring when the most damage is done to the roads?
Really, I'd say from that perspective, no. Again, it's driven more by that biologic process, and from a marketing perspective, how do they get those? Again, they have their target weights and discounts and docks if they let them get too big or too small. And again, last spring we had the whole situation where packing plants trying to keep the employees happy or healthy within those plants. We had the big pigs starting to back up in there. Last spring or last summer would be a prime example of pigs were backing up in the facilities until we got those packing plants healthy again. That there was very, very little time between groups, but probably not a great opportunity to schedule around many other parameters other than just, again, trying to get the big pigs out and get a place for the new pigs that were coming in that had been bred and farrowed, several months earlier. So it's primarily a biologic schedule, unfortunately. And again, anybody that's been involved in the process, it would be nice to be able to schedule around Mother Nature because she's pretty unforgiving on certain days. And but yeah, it's primarily biologic schedule.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand where Mother Nature can be naughty all year round from time to time. You can't schedule around that, but spring is a very predictable thing.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, it just, unfortunately, it's just, when the pigs are healthy, they're gaining a lot of weight every day. And so it doesn't, again, it doesn't take very many days and all of a sudden you got pigs getting way too big. And like I say, then you've also got, pigs that are in the nursery and you got pigs running out of room there. And then you go on down that production chain. You've got sows farrowing and, pigs need to be weaned and just the whole system backs up in a hurry. But
I guess I will ask, what is the expectation from the road department to take care of major road damage for mostly during the development of these sites? That's probably a question for him and for you guys.
Yeah, I wanted to circle back to that too, the road use agreement that was suggested, and I'm not versed well enough to understand it or know, but I think it's something we should certainly discuss. talk about.
I think it, from historical projects, the ones that we've had the agreements with are longer term and bigger projects that cover many roads. This is pretty isolated to where it would be that 1 mile that would be affected probably.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 if they go around, depends which way they're coming in from. No matter what road you do, they're gonna come in the shortest route. It may be straight up 160th across a level B road because that's the shortest distance between 2 points, and that concerns us.
Yeah, and then you wonder, is there a way to require that it's spread out? So that they don't always use Teresa's road, that road,
Unless they're gonna maintain it.
unless they're gonna maintain it.
Right. The only issue is who's the road use agreement with. Because I don't have intimate knowledge of how these contracts are done with the producer, the landowner, the company that's doing the management. So I have no idea who you would actually execute the road use agreement with. But I wanted to bring it up because, like I said, this isn't going to be the last one that's built. The state technically has the final say on these types of facilities. And again, I am a property rights advocate. I will be the first one to say that you should be able to do what you want with your property because it's your property. So I don't have an issue with this confinement. I just wanted to get my questions answered, but my primary issue always comes back to the road because of my prior experience and knowing what has happened in some of the other rural development projects and the road damage that's gone on.
most of our road agreements have been with commercial entities.
Yeah.
This is highly agriculture, and you start doing stuff like that, you're gonna get the Farm Bureau involved, and I mean, I'm personally think if you damage something, you should repair it. That's the way it should be. Are there taxes charged to the rural area to fix the roads? Yes. Does that mean that someone who didn't have anything to do with damaging the roads is gonna get to help pay to fix it? It doesn't seem very fair, does it? But then I've seen roads get tore up by guys hauling grain too, so.
I understand those things. That's, like I said, I just wanted to bring it up because you're right. if you do it for an agricultural entity, then you're also walking a fine line on other problematic areas. Frankly, I'm not sure why the confinement industry in general is not assessed as commercial, but that's a whole other story for another day.
That's not our purview.
No, that's not our problem. So
That's a legislative thing.
yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to cover this by saying we need to have a road use agreement, but it kind of opens up a can of worms.
Maybe the question for today is, are they willing to cooperate with paying for road damages? I don't know, I mean,
Well, I know in the past when the big tanks go down the road and do damage, we have tried to collect on that, usually with the person doing the hauling. Now, why can't we do the same thing with a contractor that's putting in a building?
usually it's a negotiation that we don't have any leverage on.
Other than to close the road.
Usually by the time we find out about it, the damage is done.
I drive that road every day, you'll know.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah. So I guess the point being made here, Kent, would be if there was some communication and coordination with the county on the road, you know, we can probably do this in a cooperative way if we have more knowledge going forward.
It's an issue and it's not an exact science. The one thing I'd say, again, the tanks, both from the row crop producer using manures, he's gonna hopefully or want to get these manures applied when it's dry. Just again from his perspective on utilizing the manure without creating compaction, and again hopefully that's also then on a day that minimizes impact to the roads. But we've all seen what happens when we get squeezed. You know, again, that it's looking like it's going to freeze up. We've committed to injecting the manures, and again, a lot of times in that situation, you won't completely empty the pit. You're going to get it empty enough to get the spring, and hopefully that we've got a better spring than we had a fall. But communication. I agree. Communication should happen as frequently as it can happen. It just doesn't always offer a solution. But and again, when we get to that degree or that detail of the management part of it, a lot of times we're not standing there on site either. We've got, you know, again, it's the site owner and the row crop owner, and that more often than not a contract hauler coming in, and again, trying to make all those schedules match. We don't always have a lot of lead time or time to proactively address that problem before it happens. And again, back to sometimes it happens pretty quickly. The manure hauling, again, good and bad. You know, a lot of them are equipped now that they're going to try to come in and haul that site within a matter of hours or a day or 2 days. And again, so a lot of what happens out there on the roads will happen pretty quickly.
I'd say up here, the worst offenders we've had in the manure hauling are no longer in business.
Again, the umbilical systems are helping a bunch. But again, you can look at the map, and again, I don't know a row crop producer that wouldn't prefer having an umbilical system done, but again, more than likely this one's going to start out with tanks. You guys can see that, and I'm not going to tell you any differently.
So if I'm more concerned about the construction time, because that's something you can control. I understand that some of the other things are not controllable, but construction certainly would be.
Yeah, and on the construction side of it, I did want to mention, I'm glad you brought it up. The contractors are required to call that local DNR office a minimum of 3 days prior to the cement being poured. And what they're going to look at, or why DNR wants notified, if we've had a rainy spell, they want to make sure, especially as we pour that floor, that reinforcing bar that's in the floor of that thing hasn't sunk into the mud. And so from that perspective, at least the buildings themselves, you shouldn't be seeing those floors poured in a thunderstorm or in a rainstorm, unless they've put down a gravel base, which is not done very often and expensive. But your big exposure on the construction side of it, obviously, is those cement trucks. And I guess the only thing I can offer there is, like I say, there's a requirement to call DNR pre-pour. They're going to come out and make sure that floor is dry when they do pour. So again, just hopefully that part of the process protects those roads a little bit. I know those cement trucks, they've got heavy axle loads. So if something is going to tear them up, it's going to be those, probably even more so than the feed trucks and the pig trucks. But like I say, if we can keep from doing it during a thunderstorm, the other thing is, hopefully, those pits, when they are digging them, it's not that initial thaw in the spring, but hopefully it's done when those soils have had a chance to dry out a little bit and those subsoils have dried out a little bit. One, they don't want water in the pits, or they don't want to be pumping water out when they're trying to pour that floor, but it also then gets rid of that water in the road ditches, and that's the big challenge on keeping those roads intact, is keeping the water out of the road ditches. But
I have one more thing.
Right.
Just thought of something else, and I didn't see it in the manure management plan. When they are applying this and they have to have it covered the same day, are there any guidelines or restrictions as to how close they can apply it to occupied residences or churches? Because I know in the plan, there's a church that there's a field around it that is going to be applied, and then we actually have the field just south of our property, and then also to the east are both in the manure management plan. And so I'm just curious if there's any restrictions or regulations on proximity to churches or occupied buildings, et cetera, for application.
yeah. There are restrictions and setbacks required if they were going to broadcast it on top and leave it. But once they commit, or once they inject that manure, that separation distance goes to 0 on property lines and or residences. There are some additional distances you could take in the master matrix, and I'm just going to thumb through it, but I don't believe we've taken any of those in the master matrix. But as far as just a standard, well, I stand corrected. Question number 35, even though they've injected, which is a 0 separation, we took an additional 400 feet to stay away from high quality or protected water areas. But that's the only additional separation distance that we've included. Otherwise, the standard manure management plan, when you go to injection, then those separation distances go to 0.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Any more comments from the public? We didn't get any other comments ahead of time, did we, Carla?
No,
Darius, are you on? Did you have any comments?
he was planning to listen, but he might not be dialed in to comment.
Sure, I'm sure you had all the questions anyway.
I do, and just so that everybody knows, I do have neighbors that have contacted me because they know I worked in development, and they asked if I was coming today. I said yes, so some of these questions are not just mine, they're also from other neighbors. There isn't anyone that has said, ooh, we can't have this happen, but mostly just looking for information, and again, back to the roadside, trying to make sure that we're inquiring the things that we should to make sure that we're protecting our assets as a county too, so.
In the place I used to live on a gravel road, we had a hog facility around the corner that was only 3/8 of a mile from a blacktop. But yet the trucks kept coming in on my mile road, 1 5/8 on gravel road, tearing that up when they bring pigs in or bring pigs out because their turnaround area wasn't big enough. Now, hopefully we've alleviated that with these turnaround areas where they have no excuse but to come in one direction.
Right. I know a few years ago, we had a very heavy rainfall, might have actually been right before you came. And there was some serious damage on our gravel road, that entire first mile section, when you got to probably the last 2 feet on either side by the shoulder. There was separation and there was large, divots that were made in the road. So it's a gravel. The guys have maintained it as far as plowing and snow removal and those kinds of things, but there's been previous damage that had to be repaired just from rain. So that's why I start looking at some of these other things with the trucks, and you're right, Sue, it's not just the hauling in and hauling out, it's the feed trucks too, and so that section of road is gonna get a lot of use.
So Scott, I believe, is this a road that we normally maintain with sand gravel, or is it already getting a bunch of limestone or not, or?
I don't know that, is your road red or white?
It's red, and I can tell you flat out, we've lived there 18 years in October, and we have had some sand once. And I think that was actually when they did the repairs.
So
for
we
the
may have to
water
put more
damage.
limestone on this road to accommodate it if and when they come in.
Let's just say that it gets really greasy when it's wet.
Sure, so I'm guessing it's been mostly maintained with gravel, not limestone, and it doesn't have a real, durable surface, and we would likely have to add a lot more material to keep it up if it's under that kind of.
More in the lines of limestone.
Probably.
So this could be a better road for you when it's all done.
Right, yay!
At a cost.
Yeah,
But there's no way to regulate which way they come in, whether they come from Brecken's corner or past your house. I mean, how is
Well, you
there?
can put up signs that have load restrictions wherever you want, in a sense. It's just that lots of times those guys will just drive right past that sign because there isn't somebody standing there to enforce it. They're gonna get away with it.
I'm just thinking that, there's 2 ways to get to that, and it's not much farther to go from one blacktop and another blacktop. It feels like to me that there could be an easy way to spread this out in half in front of your house and in front of Brecken's.
I think his road actually has had some rock on it, but that's partially because there's a half-mile section of it. So the Vingy Blacktop, if you come off that way, there's a nice big hill. When you get down below the hill, it's super flat, and it floods out a lot when we get heavy rain. So Brecken's mile section has had some heavier rock put on it in the last 10, 15 years. Ours hasn't, but, again, we don't have an issue with the development, just want to make sure that we're covering our bases on what needs to happen.
My guess is if it's Christensen Farms, they'll probably come to the Vingy Blacktop and come over from the west.
Or for feed trucks, because they also, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
from
they
the
have a
south?
contract with ones from the south. They may come from the south because they're already hauling to that one. Or from the north and haul to this one and then go south, who knows? So,
For what it's worth, we do keep record of where we resurface roads with rock and gravel, so we can look that up too.
All right. Any other comments? All
right, I'll entertain a motion to, close the public hearing.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Got a motion from Smith and a second from Chensel to close the public hearing for Eagle Port 15 site. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, consider for approval, master matrix for Eagle Port 15 site. Any discussion?
Well, I appreciate Teresa's questions.
I think we've learned a lot on this one, you know, pretty transparent now. And everyone seems to be just a little different, and they all have their little challenges.
Well, I feel like we do have a couple more questions still out there about, as far as what will they do to maintain it?
Maintain the facility
The
or
roads.
The roads.
the roads.
I mean, I guess I don't feel comfortable making a motion for it unless we have a little bit of information on that. Or a commitment.
Is that an avenue we want to go down at this point?
I just don't wanna negate it.
Yeah.
I think they've met all their requirements.
Master matrix wise.
Yes.
Yeah. And I guess that's about all we're approving is the master matrix.
And if that is, then I would make that motion.
I'll second.
So I've got a motion from Smith and a second from Jensvold to approve the the Eagle Port 15 master matrix. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. All right. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate the time and being able to ask all those questions. And I know that was not your typical master matrix
it was
review,
good.
so. Thank you.
I will say this probably is the last time you guys will, act on this site, so if there's anything kind of road use you want to look into, I'm not sure at what point we do that or what our approach would be, but there won't be another vote to do anything.
Well, we can't do anything to stop them building the facility. We've already been down that road once, and we'll just get overruled at the state level. We can delay it a little bit, make things annoying, but it would really be nice if people would step up and be responsible for the actions that they create, the situation they create, and be willing to at least share in the expenses. Because, this truly isn't my FFA project where I had some hogs out in the pasture anymore. It's not the old way of raising hogs. This is much more commercial. Am I necessarily against it? No, because it's a very good value-added market for our corn. But at the same time, when people, I don't care who it is, when someone else messes their stuff up, they want that other person to take care of it. And this is no different situation than any of those. And they all claim to want to be good neighbors. They want everybody to like all these things and all that. And if that's what they really wanted, they'd be willing to step up with at least some kind of a financial contribution to the damage they do to the roads.
Scott, do you think it'd be worth putting a note out to your group of engineers and see what other counties have done?
I wrote that down, so I will.
Yeah.
I'll see if that question's been asked before too.
If I were, as a private taxpayer in this county, but if I were to tear up the road, what would your process be with me?
Well, we probably wouldn't know it was you, for one, so we'd have to try and track down who caused the damage.
True.
And then we call up and say, hey, are you willing to help us out with this?
And it kind of depends on the situation. If it was a vagrant way of doing it, it'd be one thing. But if it was, the road seemed really good, then all of a sudden you had a rainstorm and it, from one part of the day to the next, it changed just like that. And your truck sinks into it. It's kind of
That's-
hard to
yeah.
prove that you were
That's
intentionally.
Right, being negligent.
That's probably not the typical case. You
Yeah.
typically see like a day or two's worth of traffic that slowly blows the road apart.
Nobody wants the bad advertising of tearing up a road. I mean, these guys do not want the situation to be created, but sometimes their scheduling and when the hogs have gotta go and all that conflict with Mother Nature. But they still have to do what they're gonna do, like guys that gotta haul their corn, gotta get it done before the end of February, or even worse, March, and they gotta go out on bad roads and tear them up. And are we gonna start holding farmers responsible for that too then? Even though that is almost all farmers do that somewhat, so.
Well, I think we're gonna be fortunate this year with the farmers. A lot of them hauled it right to the market from the field. A lot of them have been hauling this winter. We might not have as much this spring doing damage
Yeah,
because of the markets.
we should have all ours hauled, hopefully by the end of the month, so.
Yeah. The rest of them probably would wanna wait till summer to.
I mean, nobody wants to tear the road up because they have to drive on it too, so it's just unfortunate that our road beds were built when they were pulling around barge boxes with F-20s, and they just used the materials that were right there instead of bringing in the proper materials so it wouldn't be all squishy underneath.
All right, we're gonna move on to number 8, consider for approval, setting public hearing for Newton 28 site master matrix. I believe this is one that's just an update to their master matrix, correct? They had to change something
Yeah, it's a
because of the
change.
well. So this is,
February 23rd at 9:30 is what I've got down.
did you were you involved with this one too, Kent, or?
I was. What this is, so after we get done with this permitting process, they go through construction, but then we go through a post-construction audit with DNR and verify the building was put where it was, permitted and that all the considerations and commitments in the permit and the master matrix were met. When we did our post-construction site audit, we discovered that the well that was supposed to be in excess of 200 feet away from the building as we committed to in the master matrix. There was a miscommunication through the construction process with the owner and the well driller. It met legal requirement. It's in excess of 100 feet away from the buildings, but it didn't meet the 200 feet that was committed to in the matrix. So we're actually trying to clean up that mistake that was in the construction process, and again have added or taken other points in the master matrix to replace those points that were lost for the extra separation distance of the well.
How many points was that changed?
I think that well, and I don't have that one sitting in front of me, but that well, those well points, I think are question number 7, and they're 30 pointers. So we lost 30, so we had to make up some of those 30, and I think we had some additional or some cushion in that score when we did it, but I don't recall right off the top of my head here exactly how many points we had to add back in.
Yeah, we're looking at it right now.
Could I ask a maybe unrelated question?
Sure.
I think there is between the owner and the county some arrangement to put a valve on the driveway culvert on this site. Wondering if he knows anything about that.
Which driveway culvert are you talking about?
the north driveway on the north
Next to
property
the
line.
wetland?
Yeah, driveway on the north property line, basically. Anything about that? Did Ethan talk
There's
about
there's a
that?
culvert laying there, I think, isn't there?
I haven't seen it.
I was out there with
Ethan.
Ethan. It looked like there was a culvert laying there. And I think when the drainage project went through, they just, backfilled to the road there where the driveway's always been. So I don't know, Kent, do you know anything about that? I think there is in the northwest corner of the property at the fence line, there's an existing driveway that's been put back together. The culvert did not get put in, nor was there, a gate valve on it.
Okay, so, yeah, I'm not familiar with that detail of that part of it, but I'm curious why that culvert would have a gate valve on it. Are you trying to stop flow coming down that road ditch? Is that what you're trying to
From this
do?
property going towards the wetland, maybe.
Just as an extra safety measure, huh?
Right.
I think it was a request from the owner.
So your question is, do they still want that put in, or do I can have them give somebody a
I
call?
can tell you right now, we have a problem with drainage in that area. There's water
Okay.
that sits in the ditch. The ditch seems to have been lowered there. I don't know when all the dirt work was done. It seems like it's lower along the road there. And so water sits next to the road, just south of that driveway.
Okay.
So if the culvert got put in, it would benefit, the excess water getting out of there, but then the facility's gonna wanna have some kind of a gate valve on it in case there's a spill.
Right. Yeah, they've never actually seen them put a gate valve on them. A lot of times they'll have some sandbags around through the pumping process if they'd have a spill of some sort happen. But why don't I get a hold of those guys and have them give, you want me to have them give the engineer a call?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
So, okay. So Carla, you said the suggested date and time for this was what?
February 23rd at 9:30.
Okay. February 23rd at 9:30. I'll make a motion to set the public hearing for Newton 28 site master matrix for February 23rd at 9:30. Is that, see, when's our, we have that other one.
We have
The windmill thing
What time is that one?
doesn't have a time.
Okay. All right. Well, that was my motion.
I'll second that.
Got a motion from Derby and a second from Smith to set the public hearing for Newton 28 site master matrix for February 23rd at 9:30. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Kent.
Yeah, thank you, folks. I'll jump off.
All right.
I
Got
can
my-
make a copy of that for you, but that's my copy.
Okay, yeah, you should probably give me a copy. I know more about it. Scott Minders will discuss secondary road matters.
Yeah, I got a couple of kind of bigger things that I got listed on the agenda, so most of that we'll cover there. A little bit of work taking care of some ice over the weekend, our guys did. Other than that, not a whole lot of news over the last week.
Yeah, those blacktops were icy right away on Sunday,
Yeah.
but they were out there fairly early, so it helped.
Yep, I think they just made mostly one round each day to do the treating, and there wasn't too much to scrape, just melt off that glaze of ice.
Yeah, the gravels, once you drove on them, it broke it up, so.
Yeah, and I think they went around on Monday to kind of catch any tails or any problem areas, but yeah, overall, I think we're, doing well through the winter. preserving resources.
Have we used much salt this year?
Now, we've had a lot of cold weather and windy weather, and salt is really only for a certain application when you got, I don't know, 10 to 30 degrees and no wind. So, some years that's almost always the case, and this year's I think it's been cold. So the cold wind has done us a lot of favors, and only here like this last weekend they probably each used a load for each round. So that adds up quick, but overall we're doing well through the winter for sure.
Okay. Anything else?
The other thing maybe I'll mention, we have completed interviews for the superintendent job and hoping to make that decision this week.
How
Not
many
much.
applications did you have?
I don't know. Carla, is that something I should?
As long as you don't say names, you can tell them how many.
Okay. We had 9 applications.
It's a pretty specialized position too.
Certainly.
I'm sure there's a lot of people that would love to have had the job but knew they wouldn't qualify.
Well, it's a pretty hard job.
Since when has that ever stopped us?
I think there's a lot of people who are thankful they don't have that job.
When will you decide? Do you have a date?
We're hoping to decide Wednesday. I gotta circle back with
Wednesday.
our staff members that were in the interview and just take our time to walk through it, make sure we're
You say you're gonna circle back?
circle back.
Yeah, I just gotta do that again. That's the favorite term for the press secretary for the president. Says that they had a clip that just kept going round and round.
I haven't
all the
watched
time
that,
she
so
says that.
I'm claiming that as my own phrase.
My guess is that's just the new way to say I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have a clue.
Yeah, gotta ask somebody.
And there's a lot of things she evidently doesn't know.
So let's circle back then on that.
Yeah,
But obviously, your circle back's much different than
they've got circle back memes out there.
Yep, mine is just Eric Herrick was involved in the interviews and he's out today.
Okay. All right. Anybody have anything for Scott?
Anything to think of?
All right, we're gonna move on to number 10, discussion with possible action, the 2022-2026 county 5-year program.
I had debated about printing these for you. I emailed these out to you. I don't know if that's something you wanted me to print also. I just packed a lot of information into a memo. I tried to summarize the best I could about it.
How many pages is it?
Well, it's
I couldn't remember. And it's two-sided?
basically 4 pages.
Maybe we should, if we're gonna discuss this, we should probably have it in front of us. If you go to
Yep,
auditor's office and
I
get
need
a copy.
color, so I'll run down and I'll be right back.
All right. I'm gonna take a break.
Sounds like a great idea.
Before we have to hold.
last page, yeah, you'll have to sign.
Okay.
And this one, you'll probably just have to sign it, I don't know, if we can get both of them underneath that or not. So many groups here on this.
Does Bill want to do that?
He needs to sign that too.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was gonna sign that one before I passed it on, I forget. Usually it's just one
Yeah, there's a bunch of.
booklet, but it's,
When people don't get their claims in like they're supposed to, we have to pay more than what we normally do. And that's why it ends up being more,
okay,
'cause people aren't responsible
I'm sorry.
to get their stuff in on time.
I'll try and do better.
Did you, were you guys on the, statewide supervisor thing? That's interesting. Took a ton of notes of that.
Yeah, I took a bunch of notes too, but it was
Checks in the mail,
very
all I hear.
poor,
Good.
audio, I thought.
Oh, yeah?
Parts of it. You didn't have that when the governor was
Oh, the
speaking?
governor had a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was-
everybody else was okay. The governor was having a problem. Just kept breaking up.
Yeah, that was hard to underhear. And then,
Okay, ready? I'll dig into it. Every year, the county submits a 5-year construction program to the state. And it's intended to include all of the major construction the county plans to do over the next 5 years. 5th and 4th year, we're not very confident because things can change. The 3rd year, about the same. The 1st and 2nd year are pretty firm.
Excuse me.
The 1st year being the same projects that we included in the budget. So those are, more than likely, pretty certain. And the 2nd year, you wouldn't expect a whole lot to change in 1 year. Before we finally prepare that 5-year program, I thought it was prudent to have this conversation about what we want to include in that plan. We rewind time to 2010. The county used TIF money to do about, I'm going to guess about 50 or 60 miles of paving to try and fix all the roads that were at the end of their life. So in that 1 year, 1/3 of our 150 miles of pavement were reconstructed. So instead of having a system where you do a few miles every year and you have the life spread out of all your pavements, we now have this kind of looming end of life for so many miles of pavement. And I've only kind of started to focus on what kind of problem this is going to be for us in the last year or two. Last year when I presented the 5-year program, I felt it was important to brief the board on what our balances would look like at the end of the year. For construction projects, we can spend money from our local budget. We can spend money from the farm to market account directly from the state. We can spend money, what I call swap funds.
Federal swap.
Federal swap funds, and those are, in most cases, we spend farm to market funds and swap reimburses farm to market account. But those don't go through our local budget. That all happens kind of in the background through the state's funding. And then Highway Bridge Program, or HBP, and that's also swap, a different kind of swap. So based on last year's 5-year program, at the end of it, the balances that we had in all of those accounts were all negative, which is acceptable. They allow us to borrow ahead, as long as the entire account in all the counties, everything is solvent. Okay, so it's okay for us to be negative, but for all of our balances to be that far negative is concerning because of the amount of need we have in the following 5 years. So this year with our discussions about, possibly using TIF money on construction projects, I thought, let's take a look at our system. Let's do a combination of maintenance and construction on our pavements to stagger them out better and to, give us enough breathing room so that our normal fund balances, our normal funding strategies can pay for the following 5 years and leave us in pretty good shape. So that's what I've tried to do here. And what I'm proposing today is, after I got done coming up with all the strategies for each road, I totaled them up and I found the need for 8.1 million spread over 4 years. That seems like a lot, and I'm sure that we could get by with less. But I think that is the top end of, what we would want to invest in our pavement system. So I've proposed a plan that spreads that over 4 years, 1.2 million in 2023, and then consecutively in each year, 1.4, 3.3, 2.2. And as you can see in the second graph on there, we've taken that huge number of pavements that, get to the end of their life in 10 years, and we spread those out over the following years. So then we have a more even distribution of pavement lives over the next 20 years, and also have kind of lessened our need in the first 5 to 8 years of that range, hoping our state and federal fund balances recover, and we can kind of take a breath there. But
all those roads aren't just gonna automatically fall apart in 10 years. Some will last longer than others, so you can prolong some may.
Have you assessed how, if some of them are, deteriorating faster than others?
yeah, I have done a combination of things. One is I look back to see during the construction phase what the treatment was. Some of them had straight overlays, maybe 3 inches, 4. Some of them had cold in place recycling first, so you'd expect that to be, more long lasting. And over top of that, there was a range between 3, 4 inches. And then after I know what's been done to them and what's the expected life, we can go and look at them and see what kind of wear is there. Is there just normal cracking, like you see? We crack seal, we level the dips, that kind of thing, or are we starting to see kind of perforation of the surface where we're starting to see little pops and potholes? And it varies, and that's why some of the ones that I think are going to have trouble lasting their 20 years, I've kind of plugged in as more reconstruction type of treatment. Whereas some of them, like let's say 842 out west and then R20 and R34, which go up to Thompson and Buffalo Center, those are all done in 2010. But if we do some maintenance treatments on those, that pushes the end of their life well further into the future without doing any reconstruction work.
So what process would that include then?
Well, I've listed it out here as microsurfacing.
Okay.
Yeah, our county's done some microsurfacing in the past with granite, and that was north of Thompson is the main one that I think people would recognize. But after it, the road looks a little bit red, and in our history, it was really hard on blades for snow removal and that kind of thing. The oils have evolved since then, and now they do some with limestone, and so it kind of takes more on the form of a slurry seal is what in my experience what Fort Dodge Asphalt used to do a bunch of, and it's like the same material or similar as what we level dips with. They put a pile on the ground and then scrape it across the road to level it out, but instead they'll squeegee it all along the road from end to end as kind of a new skin to the road to help with the UV degradation of the road from the sun and try to seal some of the cracks. And
would this be similar to what they did on 122 in the Mesa City?
I think that's correct.
That went pretty fast.
Yeah, it isn't a paving operation. It's
It
like
doesn't fix the
stuff like this.
No, in the case of slurry or microsurfacing, some correction is often required beforehand. So if the dips are bad, you would level those first and then go over top of them. Or if you had some spots that you were nervous about popping out, you might do a little bit of patching first, that kind of thing. So they've, seen good results in it, and it's pretty low risk from the standpoint of you don't have to get very many years of life out of it in order to pay for itself. So on one hand, if you get an extra couple of years, that's good. In the case you might get 5-10 years, you've really done good things for your, life cycle cost of the pavement.
What year did we put the concrete on A44 and the one out to the landfill?
Well, I don't know for sure. 2008 to 2010 was the majority.
Seemed like it was right when I was getting on the board.
Does that match up then?
Yeah, about 2000. I was running in 2010, so.
I think 2010 was the big year for all.
Is that holding up real well then?
The concrete? Yeah, in my analysis, it looks great. There's a couple of unique issues out there, like for instance on A44, I think there was maybe clay balls in the concrete when they poured it. And so over time, the top of those clay balls is chipped off and that clay washes out. So we got these like little volleyball-sized craters in the pavement. I think it's fixable, and we just got to clean them out, fill them with grout, and that's one issue. And then we have a few random cracking issues. Over culverts, it's always worse because the ground moves differently. But I think they look great. Frankly, I don't see any, concerning.
So you're saying they'll probably go more than the 20 years without much concern?
Yeah, for the concrete roads, I think I gave them 35 years for expected life. And, there's 50-year-old concrete pavements out there. So the good thing about concrete is you can, if you got good material in the first place, you can get 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, with maintenance down the road.
Was this right over the asphalt that was there?
The landfill road was
New.
And, they graded and put rock down and paved concrete on top of that. A44 and the called Chicken Road, what is it, A30? That goes by Rembrandt there. It's what they call it, so I don't. A30 that goes by Rembrandt there. Those are concrete overlays. So they were asphalt pavements, and they put a concrete paver there and paved right over it. They call it white topping. Worth County does a lot of it, and I've done a lot of research with ISU and tried to do thinner and thinner, trying to figure out, economical ways to do white topping. In our cases, I think they're between 6 and 7 inches, so they're basically a new road on top of an old road, and more like construction than maintenance.
Now, did those have a rebar in them or not?
I don't know for sure, but in my experience, those projects had dowels, dowel baskets if it's thick enough, and in that case, I'm not sure if it would have been.
I think it was only 6 inches or something.
Yeah, yep. So most likely then they just drop bars on the joints, from the paver. They would drop them every so often. They wouldn't have like a matrix of rebar in them. So they can kind of move around and, they're not tied together necessarily.
So it kind of brings up the conversation, are we doing the right thing with asphalt? Or should we be looking at the possibility of topping?
Yeah.
Depends on what the current market is in each of them.
I think so. When it got popular around that time period, I think the cost of oil, made asphalt so expensive that now it was competitive with concrete to do a similar type of application. And the industries will argue about what similar is, 6 inches of asphalt or concrete. So that's pretty tricky. But I think if we were to put full cost estimates together, the concrete might be, 1.3 to 1.5 the cost to get some similar life out of them.
But if you get over to Worth County and Mitchell County, who have the same engineer, he must really believe in it, does a lot of it, but he's a lot closer to the quarry also.
Yeah, philosophies of engineers vary around the state, and I know they're a believer. I think his predecessor was a believer in it too.
I know
I,
concrete roads, I can think of a couple in particular that have been there for years now, and they're still about as smooth as, and it's the ones where they cut the angles to allow I assume they must put some kind of rebar, right, and there's cut seams and stuff, and there's one in particular on 175 over by Odebolt, that's just, I'm like, man, this is the way all roads should be built. I haven't been there in a few years now, but the last time I was there, it was still just about as good as the days when it was new.
You ever noticed on Highway 9 from 69 till our R50, that section of that 2 mile section of Highway 9 was new concrete in 1974, 75, and then they overlaid it. That was the first section they overlaid when they started overlaying. They did that one year. And then they started at that corner and went farther the next year. And that first 2 miles, you can tell every crack. My truck is just the right length for us
Yeah,
down the road because they were too close.
yeah, they get the wrong
The
spacing.
cuts were too close or something, and it was horrible. Still is.
Yeah.
Especially with a plow on too.
we can definitively say that asphalt is more predictable than concrete in terms of how it behaves through its life. I think all the engineers would agree if you do an overlay 20 years later, you'd expect to do it again. If you pave a concrete road, you might have 50 years, or you might have some strange issues come up 8 to 10 years, 15 to 20.
Quality of your concrete.
Yeah, and we do thorough testing on all of it, but it still doesn't seem to give you an accurate characterization of the quality of the concrete and how long it'll last. Because, I think it's pretty common for people to say, like, I got old hog lots and cattle yards, whatever, that are perfect shape. The concrete from the 50s was outstanding, and I think there's probably truth to that. I don't know what it is about concrete, but some of that old, we got older box culverts that are that way too. They might be 100 years old, we don't know, but they're all in pretty good shape too. So what it is about that concrete that lasts longer than today's concrete.
The amount of fly ash in it.
This is years ago now, but Hitler, when he built the Autobahn in Germany,
Yeah.
he built it out of concrete, and this was in like 2010 was when they finally were going to that stuff lasted that long. So evidently there's a way to, if you got the right stuff, you can make it last, I guess.
A lot of that is in the original construction, what they used to build up the base. And at what point you can start to do thinner maintenance rather than, deeper rebuilds.
Highway 9 was paved, I think, in the 30s, and then they completely tore it out in the 70s to replace.
That was a mess.
But yeah, the problem with the first one, it had a curb on it with outlets. So the water would go to the edge and then wait till it gets to the outlet. And it was interesting driving on it.
Yeah.
And it was narrow.
And very dangerous to drive on,
Yes.
from what I've heard from people who drove it.
Sure.
You hit that curb and.
Well, you knew you were going off the road if you hit that.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to stretch our money by doing more asphalt and doing more consistent every year.
Yeah. It's tempting to do the wait till the roads are terrible and then start over, do the cold in place recycling, then the overlays over top of it. And, that's definitely one approach, and I've included that in here in some cases where doing maintenance on a road that's going to fall apart anyway, you're spinning your wheels at some point. Roads where the edges are falling off and the cracks, the dips are really deep and they kind of have like a spider web cracking at the sides of the pavement. It's like you can tell there's other issues than just the surface problem, and those I think you need deeper repairs on. So most likely you kind of buy your time, wait for those to get really bad. In the last couple of years you might have some pretty poor ride, and but then you pretty much start over, you recycle them, you resurface them. Whereas others, you get to 15, 18 years and they're pretty good. You might have some depressions and stuff that you can fill, might have some patching to do, but if you do some maintenance at that point, maybe you get another 10 years out of it. And so,
Do any of these projects that you're looking at, do they include any kind of drainage with them along the side, or do we have most of it in place?
like sub-drains, you mean? I haven't included that in any of these projects, and it is a difficult thing to measure how effective some of those systems are, and it's disputed among even experts in the paving and underground world. You know, even you'd expect a roadbed to drain well, because all it has to do is reach the edge of the roadbed and seep out or whatever. The subdrains are on the edge of the pavement down, 3 or 4 feet. You know, so that's hoping to help. Some of our roadbeds don't have any rock underneath of them, so at that point, you know, if your soil isn't readily percolating water through it, you know, maybe the tile line isn't going to be as much benefit. If we had really drainable road bases, I think it'd be more effective. If we knew there was a 6-inch rock layer underneath all the roads and it was just full of water and all we had to do was drain it out, I think it'd be more effective. You know, it's hard to measure how effective the ones we put in are. You know, a couple of years ago we did it on R34 north of Thompson for that entire stretch. And it's not like you can go out there and watch the water trickle out of them. They're blowing dry all the time. But I haven't sat there and measured it, you know, gone out there for 6-day rain spell or anything to see. In that case, we thought the road was kind of rolling around enough where it seemed like there were some base issues, so we tried it. That was a combination of opinions from the staff we had at the time, and I wish we had a better way to measure, you know, if we're getting a benefit off that. It isn't a cheap thing to do, to run tile on both sides for the entire stretch.
So going back to your second page, you're looking at the used TIP funding over that 4-year period.
Yeah.
You're estimating that your farm to market numbers will go up in what's available there, right?
Yep, that account will recover. Yeah. And just for, I don't know if I think we get about $500,000 to $600,000 in that account per year. So no matter how much funds we have available, otherwise, we still have to spend from that account to keep it going up and down. Because we're only allowed to keep so many years accumulation in those funds. And that's the same for swap. We can't just let that build for 6-7 years. We have to, you know, continue to program projects for that funding. So 170,000 negative there isn't a scary number, and it'll be several years after that before we would program a project anyway. Probably 2030 or 2029, something like that.
And then I see, according to the map, you were looking at 2026 for the possibility of the Osmos paving.
The Osmos paving project would take the most amount of design and planning work. So that's the main reason why I pushed it to that year. Any project that would have potential right-of-way could get drawn out, even though in that case, maybe less likely with the owners that are next to those roads.
He owns a lot of it.
Right. So I wouldn't anticipate that'd be a huge hang-up or anything. But it is something that would most likely take a couple of years to design and plan and get right-of-way lined up and feel good that you're not rushing the job. So that already pushes us to 23, 4, and just the way that I had a big year programmed for 2025. I just went another year to try to spread it out, I guess. It's probably a project that could stand alone. Oh, and I guess I remember too, another one of those reasons is because the the roads around Rake, I thought the best fix for them would be a little bit later on, and to do those projects together might give you some, scaled benefits from contractor bidding standpoint. But otherwise, it could stand alone. It's most likely my estimate was $1.3 million. So if it's that size of project, you wouldn't need to pair it with anything else. It's pretty good size and would draw good bidding.
And it might be better to do in concrete too,
That's true.
with the truck traffic.
That's true. Yeah, we could look at both ways, and new construction is probably easier to look at both ways. Because, if you resurface a road with 2 inches of asphalt, that's a productive use of time, but if you put 2 inches of concrete down, that's complete waste. So when you get to full sections, you can actually compare. In that case, you might be looking at 7 inches of asphalt versus 8 inches of concrete, or 7 and 7, or something like that as a comparison. And most likely we would do an estimate and decide and then bid it as one way rather than try to really do the complicated process of cost benefit analysis in the plan set and have the industries kind of argue about whether we've done that correctly or not. But we sure could. I mean, it's almost a mile. I think that's enough to draw a paving contractor there, for concrete. But you also have the first 1.5 miles is already in asphalt, so maybe it makes sense to try and keep them the same too. A lot of options there.
The advantage to asphalt would be you probably wouldn't be putting out the traffic as long.
Constructability is attractive for asphalt. It's quick. If you put in concrete, you're most likely looking at 4 or 5 day cure time in the heat of the summer.
It all depends on the price of oil.
Yeah, and so far it's looking optimistic, I guess.
We'll be done mining oil by then, won't we?
I would think so.
You can do it with electric.
Yeah.
I don't know of anybody expecting oil prices to skyrocket or asphalt to be volatile.
So I would have liked to have seen that one up a couple more years than what it is.
If you have fiscal year 2024 spending, that puts the construction in most likely 2023. So that's an option too.
What's the availability of the TIF funds?
That's something I don't have a good handle on, so
we had an estimate.
I got the sheet that Carla gave you guys,
Okay.
And let's see. In 22 of the estimated 3.4 revenue, you had appropriated, 1.8, and that included some courthouse debt. So
we're down to 1.6 at that point, but then every year we add to it.
seems like it.
Yeah.
So that year I wrote 3.3. I didn't know if that would fit. I don't know if that would work. I don't know that. This is my first presentation to you and her at the same time, see if we can somehow come up with something. If those numbers move around, I can adjust the program. It's just tricky to do because there's so many moving parts. That's why you got a highlighter and a pen
How
drawing.
solid is this program? Once you approve it, can it be switched around along the way?
Every year it can be adjusted pretty easily with the approval, and you can always amend it.
And you do this every year, the 5-year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And to be honest, I haven't done enough research to see how, TIF projects that don't go through the secondary road fund, how they need to be reported, if at all, in the state's 5-year plan, or if it's just kind of something we keep as a county in the 5-year plan, and I report in the DOT's part, anything that goes through secondary road fund. If you remember, the TIF funding was direct payments out of that fund. It never came into secondary road fund to be spent. So I think we have pretty good flexibility, really.
Well, I'm kind of in agreement with Bill on, I would have rather seen the Osmus Road project at least a couple years before that, not 3.
I think we can snap our fingers and draw a line on the paper and show it that way if that's what you want. Probably comes down to, when you have TIF available and if you want to spend it.
It'd be nice to get that nailed down, what's available. And if you put it in for, say you put it in 23, and you can't get it done financially in 23, well, you're actually borrowing the money then, right? And then refunding it the next year. So it's actually a refund in 2024. If you do the work in 2023, you still got to borrow the money to do it.
Okay.
You can either borrow it from yourself or borrow it from a loan, depending on your fund balance.
I could borrow it from myself if I had available fund balance, you're saying?
Yes.
For these size of projects, that
Probably,
most likely not. But
right, but we can go the loan route if that's the way you prefer to do that.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the courthouse project. We're looking at what you said, a total of 1.8 there with courthouse and other things.
Well, that included the loan payments to the other TIF, what do I want to say?
Oh,
The outstanding loans from original construction projects.
road construction.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know that I have in the worksheet, I'm not sure which one he's looking at, but I don't think that I have the courthouse project and the conservation project in there at this point.
Okay. Which would be about $1 million, right?
Yeah, this one has courthouse debt paid from TIF, $549,000.
But it's higher than that now in our budget.
Okay. This is for fiscal year 22, which, since I thought was probably moving target at this point, I put 0 in for, my
Roughly
5.
figure, I think you can figure about $1 million for those 2 projects, right?
For this and the,
The roof and the nature center.
I would,
Probably a little over $1 million.
maybe, yeah.
What was the number to the nature center?
174,000,
I can't remember.
I can't.
something like that.
I think it was 145.
Yeah, I was thinking it was lower, yeah.
Does it look good?
So that puts it under $1 million then. But I'm just saying,
Well,
We do
really,
that.
at this point, we don't know how much the roof is gonna be,
right,
so.
right, but I'm just trying to plan forward. So we borrow that from ourselves, we pay it back with that, then we can roll that forward. We borrow that same money again the next year after it's been paid back. So you've got that if we're borrowing from ourselves.
Yeah. We're
Kind of our own little revolving loan fund.
we're borrowing, anywhere between 1 and 3 million.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have secondary road funds to be able to be liquid for that. Not in that amount.
The beauty of that, though, is we can do a local loan through like TSB or MBT or somebody that will give us a really nice low interest rate, and it's a lot easier than going through.
What's the timing between the loan and the,
Less than a year, maybe?
borrow the money and then when do you pay it off?
So I certified debt December 1st, so the taxes will come in September, so like if we would do something this year, I would certify the debt December 1st, the taxes will come in September and March, so then we can pay it off a certain amount by September and a certain amount by March, if that's how it's structured.
So a year to a year and a quarter. So you'd probably do a loan with the bank, saying 1.5, 2 years term.
Depending on the amounts, like the year we,
Give you like 1% interest, something like that, or less than that? Any idea?
I can't remember what the last, I mean, it seemed like it was like
I've just-
2%, but that was quite a while ago,
I was gonna say
so.
it'd be 2% or less, I would guess.
Depending on, there's fees involved, but, like down in Clear Lake, they've been getting 0.3%. They've been getting 0.5% for their tip project out at the interstate from local banks. But they probably have more rating than we do too.
Sure.
So it's probably possible if we can make sure we have the tip funds to get that.
So we'd have to sit down and kind of pencil out a schedule for how this actually, how the money goes, whatever, line up projects that way. It'd be a little bit of a tricky spreadsheet to put together, but
Just a timeline of sorts.
yeah.
It'd still give you enough time maybe to make sure you have all the design in place, I would think. It's not that big of a project.
Yeah, I guess the way that I've laid this out too is if you can count on maintenance money, then you can spend your construction money more effectively, I think. So if let's say we cut $1 million out of one of these years, it might take quite a bit of reorganizing to figure out this road now doesn't get as much maintenance, so we got to move the construction up type thing. And these are all predictions too, so it could all change a lot in 5 years, but I think it sets us up to make flexible decisions about each one in the future. One other thing I should probably note too is I have chip seals listed for some of these, and we haven't done chip seals or seal coat they call it in a number of years, and it's not always the most popular thing from a driver standpoint.
Is that where you put the
Tar and rock, people call it sometimes.
What, the lime chips in?
Yep. And the only reason it's popular is because the economics are so outstanding.
Yeah.
You basically only need to get maybe 2 extra years to make it pay for itself. And if you get 4 or 5, then you're really lessening the burden on your construction funds.
I suppose the next step up from that is the microsurfing.
Yeah, the nice part about that is it's nice and black and looks new. It wouldn't ride like a new pavement, but
It worms in the winter faster.
yeah, that's true too. Both of them would have kind of a rougher textured surface, because they got the aggregate near the surface and they aren't rolled like a new asphalt is. So there's some different things out here that people aren't used to seeing if they live here in our county, and may have objections to. We would do our best to minimize any problems, but things like windshield chips and things can happen when you do those treatments. From any rock that's a little bit loose on the surface.
Takes a year or so to get all that stuff off of there, where it doesn't fly around so bad.
Yeah, I think, the first couple of weeks are really the worst.
Yeah.
And then at that point it starts to heal. And then, a year later, you really have a pretty smooth surface again. After you had, a winter of snow removal and scraping on it.
Yeah,
Anything that's
the
loose.
winter
will-
season would take care of it.
Yeah. So that's worth noting that these might not look so popular, in practice, but compared to spending about $230,000 a mile, spend maybe 30.
short-term suffering for long-term gain a little bit.
It really is, yeah. I mean, Cassuth County does
They do a lot of it.
extensive amount of seal coating, so it's not like it's unheard of or anything.
Is there a better way to roll it in?
Well, they do roll it. So the application is like a oil truck that spreads this very thick oil on it, and then they'll put the rock down and they'll roll it. And then after it's cured, they'll broom it. And if they could broom it again and again and again, and it would get better and better. But you know, their crew moves off site, and some of those pieces, you know, just wiggle loose and start to bust around. You know, they're real angular pieces, so it takes a while to get them all just seated nicely. There's things that, like the DOT has a spec for like another application of oil over top, really light, to try to control the dust. That's an option I'd be interested in looking into. I'm not sure if it would prevent all
And
those.
the problem is people drive in one track on each side, so you end up with a nice packed trench, 2 trenches over there, and then you got the high spot in the middle where it's loose around the edge.
Yeah.
And then, so down the road, there's kind of a wave to it almost, unless you train people to ride the center line.
Yeah.
I always drive down the center of my truck to pack those things.
Attaboy.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, traffic's definitely beneficial for that kind of treatment. You're looking for it to kind of like work it, you know, to when it gets hot out, it'll kind of reactivate. That's the way that the oil's set up, you know.
Stay away from the edges, so you don't, that's where it breaks up. Get some spider web stuff you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. The rest of the projects, other than chip seal and microsurfacing, are more traditional repaving projects of different thicknesses and treatments depending on how bad the road is at the time. And, you know, in a lot of cases, if you program it for 1 year and you get there and the spring comes around and you think, why couldn't we wait a year? And you just push it back. It's the years where it starts to blow apart and you have it programmed for the following year and you go, oh crap. Do we wait, or do we spend some money that will just be 1 year money to try and patch it back together? So it's better to program early and push it rather than the other way around, I think. One thing on here is I have a 3/4 inch level and seal coat. This is something that's been pitched to me by a company, and I think it might work. They pretty much take a paving machine out there and do it real thin, and they'll scratch rocks and kind of fill in low points, and it'll look pretty poor when they're done, but then they'll seal coat over top. That's to give it a better ride after the seal coat's done and give it a little bit more structure, and we should get more life out of that than just a straight seal coat. So I'm interested in trying that as well, and it's not something that can price you out of the world. So
how much more is that?
oh, it's like 30,000 versus 75, I think, per mile, 1,000 per mile type thing.
There might be a road that you could place to try it.
Yeah, I think there's a couple, and you know, when we get down to it, maybe doing the crack leveling is enough, or a couple of spot patches, whatever. So just kind of depends. I'm trying to predict what these roads will look like 5 years from now, based on their current appearance and what was done to them in the first place. It's really a trick to try and guess, you know, what they're going to do. So then the last page is just a list of all the projects, including locally funded projects. So last year's 5-year program with a few adjustments, and then all the TIF stuff added in. Everything on the map is included in the spreadsheet and vice versa. We tell you the estimated cost for each project and where it's located. Pretty much the way I've laid it out is we'd spend local money on bridges, you know, from our secondary road fund, and then all the paving would come from TIF swap or FM funds. Certainly a lot of moving parts here, and you can't expect us to go through 5 years and do it exactly as planned. We'll have this conversation many times, and at least once a year in depth, but I think the first decision to make, based on this is what kind of TIF funding levels are you comfortable with and what the timing of it could be. If it's zero, we'll go back to the old program. We'll present just the local FM swap funding projects. Or if it's, you can kind of say, here's what we're thinking. Then I will adjust this to fit the funding levels the best I can. Like I said, this is the very top end of what I think is appropriate to spend. So I think we could spend less and still be fine. It would just stress us a little bit more maybe and leave us talking about whether we need other funding sources at the end of the 5-year plan. Possibly spending more local money on paving or something like that. The thing about pavements is once they get to the end of their life, they start blowing apart. We don't have a whole lot of options. We got to fix them. The bridges, maybe you could make that argument, but a bridge will slowly decline. Once it gets posted, it will likely have, 5 to 10 years left before, it's down to in the single digits and it's passenger car only. So you could fix and replace fewer bridges if you wanted. We would just have 40 timber bridges posted with weight limits, and it's not very attractive, I don't think, to farmers who are going around the section to avoid those bridges. I think that our current status is if we can keep them away from single digits, that's about the pace we're going. If it gets lowered to 8, 5 tons, whatever, we can get those fixed that year. We have quite a few 15s and 20s that might take this whole 5-year plan to get done. So that's another kind of conversation about what the pace of bridge replacement needs to be. And I think this is a strong plan. We're getting closer and closer to not having those timber bridges out there. Mm-hmm. Maybe in 15 years at this pace, we wouldn't have any. So that's an exciting time, I think, because then we got structures out there that are, I think more durable.
And we put more into the roads rather than the bridges.
My hope, but we'll always have replacements come up for culverts and some of the bigger bridges.
But then maybe we can start paving all these other roads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta keep my campaign promise and get North Mill Road paved to Denny Aggies' place.
Sure.
That was a tongue in cheek.
Good. Actually, I've had about 4 people call and say, as long as.
Yeah.
And so this probably seems way too simple, but, I'm just trying to digest all of it. But, so in the TIF funding, on the second page, if you could just knock off the, the 0.2s and the 0.4s and the 0.3s, you'd have $1 million right there. Just by having 2023 just be 1 million, and 2024 be 1 million. And just, are there reductions that could just happen across the board
For what purpose?
to reduce the TIP funding? Is there any reason?
And what would you do with the TIF funding then?
Because this is just paving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And use it for bridges or,
Well,
no?
I can see your point on using the local monies for the bridges. Then you can do the work yourself. If you do TIF funding, don't you have?
We can do it ourselves with TIF funding.
But you can.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, and they did that in back in the day. Susan, the 1 point, whatever that number is based on, each of those paving projects. I did a high level estimate of what they would cost, total them up, and that's the number there. So if you, like for instance, if you cut off the 0.2 out of the 1 million, that means you're looking for $200,000 in savings. So that means you're most likely cutting one of those projects off. 175,000 for patch and microservicing R50. We just don't do that. Maybe we do it the following year. Maybe we don't do it at all and try to do something different after 5 years. There's, a lot of flexibility and options here. Yeah.
I guess my opinion is that we just redo the priorities to fit the Osmus paving road, the new road, in there earlier, and everything just kind of gets pushed down just a little bit. 1 year's not going to kill all those projects probably, if we can afford it TIF-wise.
So you wanna kick Osmus into like 23 or something?
Somewhere in there, yeah. Which would be a year and a half from now, or 2 years from now, whatever it is. Project-wise.
When is the TIFs expire in 27, is that it? Or is it 28?
28, I think. But, okay, so if we have to borrow by 27 to get TIF to refund it by 28, right? So, yeah, 27 is the last year we
Since
can
you're
do a
last year we
project.
can use it, in a sense.
So the Osmus project I have estimated at 1.2 in 2026. And I, paired it with those kind of periphery rake roads. Going to leave those where they are. And if we do something sooner, we may do something a little different type thing.
Project I have estimated at 1.2 to 2026. And
Must have heard them.
do you want me to take that 1.2 and just jump it to
To 2023 possibly, and move everything down? So, so 2024 would be 1.2, 2025 would be 1.4, just kind of slide things down. And then by 2026, you're only at $1 million. No, it's at 3.3, and then 2027 would be your 2.2.
okay, you want me to push another,
You wouldn't have it on this plan,
sure,
but
add another
it would
year
just
kind of.
organize it to, and, like you said, we can look at it again next year to see if it is feasible to do that project within the TIF and reorganize that, because
So move each one down and Osmus to 2023.
I don't know, what do you guys think?
You gotta have a plan, so it makes sense to have a plan as long as we know that it can be fluid.
Yeah. For me, knowing that there's willingness to, invest some amount of TIF helps me make decisions this year, knowing 3, 4, 5 years kind of what we have coming.
Oh, I think it's a great plan, I'd like to prioritize a little different, so.
Sure.
I'm in agreement with that.
2023. So all the projects.
Carrie,
Yes,
this is Sue McCullough.
yeah,
I have been just briefly listening in on your conversation with Scott, and I have a question. Is this concerning the new wind towers? Are you planning on tipping those?
no, we're just the old TIF, we're gonna adjust the urban renewal.
Okay. And my the other question is you know that, in fact, I got an email, February 1st was the deadline for the wind towers to submit their yearly information to me.
Oh, okay.
And there's talk, again, between the department and about the refurbishing. I worked yesterday afternoon on a little bit of a spreadsheet. If that were to come true, what they would deduct, what would remain on the current schedule, and what would start on a new schedule.
Oh, so they would start a new schedule?
It's very possible. Right now, Hancock County is the same situation. I've been in touch with the assessor down there, Mary Ann, and she has talked to her county attorney on it. The reason she's doing some of this is she happens to be on the board for the wind towers through our association this year, or the committee, I should say. And she has been talking with the the Department of Revenue through her committee, and there's still the department isn't totally ruling on what assessors do on this is the problem. And so we're kind of in limbo. I can't tell you it's going to happen, but it is a possibility.
Well, if I had my druthers, I'd rather leave it the way it is. Then we don't have any interruption in the revenues.
Right. The one good news is, and this was a really quick spreadsheet that I was working on yesterday afternoon, is the 2021 assessment year, of course, collected in 22 and 23, would be the year that would be the worst.
If they changed it.
If they changed it, and that would be due to the fact that the new schedule would start, and basically it's going to cut the taxes received in half for that particular year.
So if
I'm
we
not saying that
need to lobby on this, we'd be going to the Department of Revenue?
Well, I'm not sure.
Because this is an interpretation of the administrative code, right?
Right. And I'm listening to Mary Ann's, and she is on the committee. And what she told me is the refurbishing is somewhat the assessor's discretion, but that leaves it pretty wide open. I mean, if they were completely tore down the towers, yes, then absolutely it would be a new project. But if they're just refurbishing, the wind tower companies obviously want to start a new schedule. And the question lies, is it just maintenance, repair, refurbishing, or is it a whole new project?
None of ours are replacing the stems, are they?
Not that I'm aware of, they didn't.
No, to me, that's just more of a maintenance repair type of situation.
Yeah, like I said, I just heard you talking about TIF, and I wanted to give you a heads up of what I found out yesterday.
All right. Well, I appreciate
I will
that.
certainly keep you in the know, and I will double check some figures on my spreadsheet and send everyone the best I can do at this point of estimating what the future year's income would be if this was the case.
Okay,
Does that sound good to everyone?
So if they came down with a change, it would only affect what projects they're doing this year? Or last year too?
Just this year is my understanding.
So the project they're just getting going on for refurbishing?
Yes, for Crystal Lake Wind 2.
Yeah, the west part.
Much less of a
Yeah.
project than what was done last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a smaller project, Bill said.
Yeah, currently the taxes are about $2 million, And it would, half of that would stay on the new, or the old schedule, and a little bit more than that would go on for the new schedule.
Okay.
And as I get answers from what's going on, I will, certainly keep you informed.
So I got a question on that. If they were to change it and they start a new schedule, they start at zero valuation, or they start at the old valuation
And then work up to the new valuation.
That's what I was wondering.
I was just gonna ask the same question.
There'd be, approximately, let's see,
I don't think we wanna go back to the 0,
No,
5, 10, 15, 20.
no, 10, or
no, I mean,
20, 40, 60,
the,
in 5 years.
the original net acquisition of Gold Farm, or Crystal Lake Wind 2 was $289 million. The value that would remain on that schedule is $139 million.
Okay.
The new value that would be added on a new schedule is $156 million.
Added to the 139?
The 139 would remain on the 30% schedule, and you'd be getting 100% out of that value.
Right.
The 156 million would start all over with a 0 and work its way up to 30.
So, in the end, you would be having a value of 295, right? So you're gaining 15 million,
Right.
but you're
But you're
losing
losing
how
the
many
dollar.
dollars for the first 5 years?
Yeah.
Right. The other good thing with Golden Prairie, they're just going to be going on this year. They will be at 0, but then we will start collecting money from them to certainly help out with the loss if we have to go to that new schedule.
Do you have any numbers on that?
Yes, I received them, and again, those I was working on, and it's in my spreadsheet.
Okay.
I will get it to you within a couple days here. I just want to check my numbers and.
So the budget we're working on now, 2022, is any of those revenues reflected in there? Is that year 0 for them?
That will remain everything as is because you're basing that off the 2020 assessment year. Any changes that I'm talking
about
to possibly,
the one in the northwest part of the county that just came on, Alliance Project.
right?
When do we see the revenues from the taxes start at 20%?
At 20%,
Yeah. Well, they start out.
2025.
Okay, so we're still years out.
Yeah, because it starts at 0 and then 5. And I thought it went up in 5% increments until it got to 30. So it took 6
Yes,
years.
5, 10, 15, 20.
Well, the valuation is 30% of the acquisition, but you're paying 20% of your taxes the year 2 or year 1. You're paying 40% of your taxes on the 30% year 2 and on up. Right, Sue?
I believe I understood that.
Yeah.
You're paying on 5% of,
Only
Yeah,
from a
it's just
different
how you
Yeah,
look at it.
it's, you're,
6 of one,
Yeah,
half
right.
dozen of the
Yeah.
other.
20% of 30% is 6%.
okay, yep. Then I'm
6%
following
of the acquisition cost is the way you look at it.
you. Mm-hmm.
I mean, the 30% of the acquisition cost is always, stable, but the first 5 years is a percentage of your taxes
Right.
is abated or whatever. So we're not even looking at that in the next couple of fiscal years.
It'll be minimal. What I got figured right now, on the Golden Prairie for the 2022 assessment year, the taxes collected are $120,000.
Yeah.
when they get to the full 30%, 730,000.
Total taxes, Sue? Total taxes?
Correct.
So only, what, 30% are ours?
Probably.
Up in that area, because the school gets 40% or whatever, however that split is.
Yeah.
We might get 40%.
Half, 45 maybe, yeah.
But like I said, I don't want to. I just thought since you were talking this that maybe it would be a good time to mention it to you. And I just, like I said, got it yesterday. So,
Well, I appreciate the information.
well, I will work this up and send it to. Scott, would you like a copy also?
Please.
Okay, I will get it emailed to you within maybe tomorrow. How's that?
Sounds great.
Okay. Thanks for your time, and I apologize for interrupting your meeting.
Oh, that's okay, great
Good
info.
interruption.
Thank you.
Our honor
Bye.
and privilege to have you interrupt us.
Why, thank you, Bill. I'll let you get back to work. Bye.
Okay, so, back to the 5-year plan. I guess I would hope that they'd give us the latitude where the assessor can determine that it's just a revamp of, or a repair of their turbines. And we can go forward with the expected taxes. But if it happens otherwise, then a lot of these projects are just gonna get,
I was going to say, I'd hate to
Push
have
back.
hate to have you do this budget on a hope that
but I don't think we can live on fear either.
no.
I mean, it's not gonna cost us anything out of pocket really to put it in the plan and not be able to do it, right?
No, the major issue is, trying to plan. Look, let's say we spend money and trying to move a project 3 years. Well, when we get to that end of life in 3 years, we don't have the money to reconstruct it. Maybe I would have done something differently today, that kind of thing. But that's always the case, moving targets, trying to figure out what maintenance will get you and where the end of life is.
And I would say that this issue we're talking about with the changes in the administrative code will probably be dealt with this year one way or the other.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
by the
they're
time we
talking
get to
about-
2023, we'll know.
Yeah, are they talking about sort of half the value of only 44 turbines? Is that really what we're talking about, or
Yeah,
all the other ones too?
about half, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so we're, I'm not talking about all the TIF revenue.
No,
Talking about,
it's a
if
smaller percentage.
half of the 44, which is 44 of the 120 or something.
How many do we have altogether
There's 88 in the
in the one?
UR2.
44. So 132,
Yeah, so you're talking about maybe a third of them, right?
about a third of them, and then only half of that value.
Yeah. So 1/6 of the overall revenue.
Could change, yeah. So it's not like, the whole thing's going in the tank, but it's just a notable difference.
So so then, how does that affect our urban, or our TIF plan if it gets changed? Can they do that
If your
if they got a new
revenues,
schedule on those turbines, how does that affect? I guess it is what it is. You just gotta deal with it.
I mean, our debt is still due and
Right. There's no way to extend the urban renewal plan or.
Nope.
I don't know if there's any, you can make an attempt to do that.
sunsets in 28 no matter what.
I don't know, it seems like we've dealt with some here in Forest City where they might have joined some together and then redid it or whatever.
Yeah, but the end date still stays the same. Even though they combine their TIF districts, their sunset date still stands.
Yeah. Okay. So, where are we at this point then?
I think so I can make the adjustment with the Osmos project if you're all in agreement about going forward with that and anticipating in 2023. I'll move that up and I'll move the rest of the projects down. And I might even try to spread out that 3.3 so it's more similar every year. And then,
And we'll have to look closer at the TIF revenues and estimation of what's gonna be available, and hopefully use it up by the time we're done, for 2027.
yeah. So I think if you commit to the TIF funding, I can work up a plan that I think best fits that funding.
Okay.
And at that point, then I know how to program the other funds, and that's really the pressing part, I think. And then,
I guess the only other thing we really didn't talk about, the value or priority of, should we be doing more roads, or more bridges and less roads, or what those priorities are,
I have local funding, programmed out to be like, 875, 493, 418, 333. We've done 550, 600 a lot of years in the past too, so there's possibly room to do more, but I hate to program 5 years out down to the dollar because
Yeah.
there's so many unknowns.
and maybe we can come in under budget on some of this, and we can add a bridge or something.
Certainly. Yeah, I mean, going up or down $100,000 over this amount of projects is certainly possible. And I'd expect it to go down because I've tried to estimate conservatively. But, we got, how many bridges are in the 5-year plan there?
Rough pavement isn't near as inconvenience as a
Bridge.
bad bridge.
Collapse.
Well,
A bridge with a troll.
yeah, enough worse than trolls on the bridges.
Okay, so you'll probably come back to us with an updated plan then?
Sure, yeah, I got 18 bridges in the 5-year plan. That's
Okay, that's quite a few.
quite a few. I mean, we could go faster, but
If we had more, we'd probably have to contract them out, right?
yeah, that's a lot of that to be seen here as we go into our first year without Mark as the superintendent leading the projects. So we'll
See how
see.
it goes.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. But they in some years they did 10 or 12 projects like that. It's pretty crazy to think about. But so should be able to fit 4 or 5 in and still do other projects. But the more bridge projects to do, the more your maybe little maintenance things suffer. So it's a question of what do we want to contract out, bridge project or some of the smaller maintenance items, or are we going to get a good dry year and be able to do both?
Yeah. All right, so we'll just table this till you get more information to us.
Yep, that sounds good.
Should we quick do the number 11 and then maybe take a break for lunch? Consider for approval, pickup purchase for the secondary road department.
We got quotes for, the way this worked out, Ethan approached both the dealerships about a new pickup and they said they weren't making regular cab pickups right now because of COVID or the inventory's down. We bought a pickup for me to drive in 2015. It's a regular cab, basically the same as all the maintenance pickups. I got equipment in the toolbox that by all rights should be in the cab and be better taken care of. So we thought, well, maybe this is the opportunity to buy an extended cab pickup for me to drive and the equipment to be in, and then move the truck that I drive into the maintenance fleet. So that's what we did. We got quotes from both dealerships for a crew cab F-150. That's a half ton instead of 3/4 ton too, just because mostly they're running miles, they're not pulling. So to have a vehicle that gets maybe 18, 20 miles a gallon versus 12 would probably make sense for me. So the price from Ford is the lower price at just under $32,000. And as I said, we have the Oshkosh settlement in about $21,000, and we're expecting possibly $80,000 from the auction in the spring as well. So that's how we figured those to balance out. The pickups is an XL, which is kind of, basic version. few things that we add, like, you know, like power windows and locks and aluminum wheels, that kind of thing.
To say this was a half ton then.
Half-ton F-150.
All right. You guys have a chance to look at that when he sent it out then?
I did.
I'll entertain a motion to approve that.
I'll make the motion to approve the pickup purchase for the secondary road department.
I'll second that.
A motion from Jensvold, a second from Smith to approve the pickup purchase for the secondary road department in the amount of $31,949. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
I think I should have the secondary road department help me trade next time, because that's,
There's a government discount.
how big of it, that's what I was actually gonna go there, how, what kind of a savings is there?
Well, the list price here is 45 in the printout, so
Yep.
might be 14 off the
I
top.
thought, what kind of a truck is he able to buy for?
The truck will look a lot like the truck Eric drives, which is not in the parking lot today, so something that will hopefully carry value, you know.
What color is it, so we'll know when we see it come?
Well, they're all red now, so they all
All
kind of look
red.
the same. This is my teamwork effort that we all
How
look
long
the
have you
same.
been here?
How long have I been here? Since 13, so 8 years.
So for 7 years it's been red.
Okay, well, I thought the one that he was getting rid of was,
Selling, that was maroon 2002.
oh, that's that one.
Actually, I don't know, the way that we figure this, it's really replacing the red truck in Thompson that used to be the superintendent's pickup before the maroon truck. It's got 200,000 miles on it, rust bucket. So instead of having two pretty terrible pickups in Thompson, they'll have one decent one and one still pretty terrible. The other one they got is the green truck that used to be here that the floor is rusting out of in the box. We can't, you know, it's hard to stay ahead of this. We've been, I don't know, looking a little closer at our kind of fleet management strategy, and you got a price on my truck for trade, and it was about 20,000. It was tempting to kind of keep a newer fleet and keep trading more frequently.
Yeah.
But you just have to have extra capital to invest in it up front, and that's always the challenge. You know, to have all pickups within 5-10 years of new, you have to put in a lot of money to get to that point in order to then, you know, rotate them more frequently.
Do you tend to get more money for them on the sales that you have versus trade?
I don't think so. That's my opinion.
The bigger equipment maybe, but not the smaller equipment.
No, when I looked at the last auction, we got $4,300 for an old pickup, but we also got $1,500 and $1,800, and anybody will give you that, I think, you know, on
Plus,
trade.
it's kind of nice to just be rid of them.
That's right.
You know, it's
I think I'm on your
That's
side
how
on
A
that.
lot of times people trade because they don't want to have to pay all the sales tax. Well, we don't pay sales tax. What difference does it make?
Yeah, the Trailblazer we traded with Eric's Pick'em, they gave us $3,000, which was right in the Blue Book value, so, you know, seemed fair. So I'm probably more inclined to try and trade more from here on out, or get rid of them another way. I talked to Elizabeth about putting things on SAP sale or something like that, and that seems like that's a viable option now. You know, so if we want to get rid of something and there's a SAP sale coming up, we can just drive it down there and have it auctioned off. Without you know, all we need is kind of board approval and have it in the minutes and maybe a publication, you know, a legal publication of 2 lines.
All that does is
People know that it's coming up, so they have a
Yep,
chance.
yep. Counties, you know, board approves the county releasing this item for auction. It'll be sold this date and time, and that's it. And, you know, there's probably no way to get more money than an auction.
So the new pickups, when you get them, do you get them like undercoated or anything like that to prevent some of this rust? You guys are out in the stuff quite often. So.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you know about that? Are there,
Well, I know the last semi-trailer we got, usually when they we're looking at one, they have me go look at it, and then the first thing I do is crawl underneath to see how rusty it is, how
Yeah.
badly the frame is rusted out. And this last one we got, it was undercoated, it's 10 years old. And then when like, I'm looking around up there and going, why don't everybody do this?
Had like a bed liner material.
Yeah, it was almost like a rhino lining underneath it or whatever. And the bad news is that they went over the grease zerks, and in that 10
Oh, geez.
and in that 10 years, nobody ever pried the stuff off of those grease zerks to grease the brakes.
Yeah. Well,
I did now.
yeah. Well, we were kind of debating about whether to.
But,
Spray it, you should put rubber caps over it.
well, yeah, no, it's,
Or just the blue tape.
whether he just didn't know they were there, or whether he just wasn't a greaser, I don't know, but it's just like,
Yeah.
like 10 years without grease.
We were kind of debating about whether doing an interior box liner spray on would also kind of prolong the rusting through, because there's some structure to it. But
Yeah.
otherwise, I don't know what it takes to do the whole underside of a
A
truck.
lot of them got that plastic wheel well thing now, and that's just something to trap stuff underneath. And
Yeah.
I took one of them up by Suburban because it was rusting out, and it was full of, and you couldn't wash it out unless you took that whole thing off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was that deep, full of just gravel, just soaked up with that.
You'd think that they would just have a better preservative in the factory making of the boxes.
Yeah.
We had another truck, the same thing, so they ended up putting a salvage box on it, I think. It's like, well, it's hard to invest any money into those old trucks, those old pickups, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the answer is, other than just being more diligent about trying to get them foamed and sprayed off when the winter's over, get rid of some of that salt.
Well, when I build my car wash, it's gonna have nozzles that go up as you
Yeah.
drive, to really, with volumes of water underneath.
And don't shut off too soon.
Yeah.
Hate that long
Yeah.
truck, it never gets to
So I'll just tell the guys to run down to the car wash. I think they got an underbody sprayer at that one on the highway.
Yeah, well, for my power washer, I built a thing that I can put on the end of it that has so
Sure.
so that I can go along and just spray up underneath everything. Easy to keep it out, and not that it's done me a lot of good. My vehicles are all rusting out anyway.
Yeah, that's the trick.
Can't do it every day.
No, yeah, you can.
So what do we wanna do? Do we wanna take a break for lunch and come back?
I'm fine with that.
Well, probably just come back at. What you're in this for?
Yeah. Even though I just had the car roll was good.
And you didn't bring me one?
I would have if you'd said something. But
I'm just
So,
kidding.
if I had brought you one, then you'd have complained that I
You're
was
up
adding to the
Oh, I am.
delinquency.
Okay.
Please enter your participant or moderator code followed by the pound key. Please say your name followed by the pound key. You are the first participant in the conference.
Smile, you're on YouTube.
I was just about ready to say, Bill Jetful.
No, you're not.
Not much of a camera person.
All right, so as soon as Chris gets back, we'll take care of drainage matters. There's Chris. So moving up to the DD11 project,
Have I? No, I have not.
they're getting close to the road.
Nice.
They're into that area where they crossed the fence to Carol Mathis's land into that wetland area.
Nice. Okay.
Getting close.
Good.
And there's tile laying on the south side of the road. Did you ever figure out, well,
Oh.
it goes another mile.
Yeah. I'm like, wait a minute. I was thinking over closer to
They
your
had
house.
said they were only going to the road this winter, but I think it's going good enough that you can keep going
I
probably.
don't know why not.
I mean, it's better than fighting it in the spring.
Yeah, I know I talked to Rick last week and he said that the train boring will happen in February, which is now this month. So,
All right, you
That's-
must get a lot of this done before that.
well, but the boring they're not a part of. You know,
Okay.
it's a different company that's doing the actual boring, but
But
that
doesn't he have to
company.
dig to that point?
I would assume,
Cause he's
I
back
guess
a little ways, so
yeah.
it's not far, but 300 feet or whatever.
right, so I imagine he can just quick put that in and,
I don't know if
but
he
that
has-
was supposed to happen in February.
Guessing he has to expose both sides.
He would?
He would have to expose both sides.
Probably. So, that's all I've heard, so I don't know when or anything.
Look like the one's doing the digging, and the other one's in the payloader, sorting out the dirt, getting the loose dirt, putting it in the hole, and then pushing all the frozen
Slabs on top?
off to the side,
Yeah.
so they can thaw in the spring.
Perfect,
So we are getting progress.
good.
Do you have anything else?
I do not. I do not.
Yeah, sometime after a good cold snap now here, I might try to get out on the Winnebago River, the end of DD one. Maybe ride up the dredge ditch a
Just
little
see
bit, just
what
to
it
see
looks
if
like.
there's any obstructions or if there's a place downstream on the river that's holding things back. I just feel like leading boats just sits this, like this at the bottom.
And Larson Contracting is the one who did that, so if you have any questions, maybe they can come out and do some
But it
exploratory or
might be
something.
just a sandbar down the river or something.
Yeah.
You drone it.
Hmm?
You wanna drone it?
Well, it's probably easier just to sit on the snowmobile on the ice and
Yeah,
look at it right now.
yeah, for sure.
But maybe come spring, you might wanna drone it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the engineer said they'd do the, they'd offer their drone too,
Yeah.
if we have them involved, or we can do it ourselves.
A little extra ice after this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, nothing else for drainage then? Canvass the 2021 trustee drainage district elections.
I did talk to John Torbert and asked if there was ever a way we could get this, so they're just appointed and not elected. To, we're getting down to where there's too many people that are gone south, we're having a hard time with this election. But he said that would be maybe a long time coming, but they could keep it in their mind to
Or make
go to
it simpler
legislature.
for, say, a district like 12 to transfer it to the supervisors, rather than getting half the town to sign the petition.
Right, but you have to get half the town to sign the petition. So
That's what I mean, if there was an easier way.
there's not in the code now. So,
A lot of votes cast.
no. I think 3 for each district.
I thought I saw one had 4.
Oh, could have been. So they actually had somebody show up.
4 votes for Joe Ruby here.
Are they allowed to do it by phone call too, if somebody's down south?
I doubt it, no. How would you vote? I mean, don't have a record of their
Because we
vote.
have paper ballots, so
No, we can do mail-in, can't we?
You'd
Worked
have
out
to have an
well.
absentee.
I have never had anyone absentee for a
Can you
trustee.
request an
drink.
absentee ballot for trustee?
I don't even know. I'd have to look at the code.
Question. It's kinda like Oak Island, every week there's more questions than answers.
But here's the deal. Since the trustees perform the actual election, the trustees would be the ones sending out the ballots, not us, which would make it a little bit more difficult for the trustees. And they don't do difficult anyway.
That is a very good point that she brings up.
Yeah, I know. I will know.
they don't have to tell who the other vote was. There's 3 names listed and 4 votes.
It's not my abstract.
There should be 4 names listed if there's 4 votes.
Right.
Is it hidden up in the top there? No. Was it?
You look at it, I didn't see it.
Like I said, trustees don't do difficult.
Right. And some
They're all
of them,
in their 80s.
right. And some of them just do what they think is right and they don't remember from year to year.
And I even give them my cell phone so that, because it's a Saturday, and I tell them to call me if they have questions, and I have never gotten a phone call
Yes. Because we also send a letter with this,
explaining everything.
explaining everything.
So 25 only had 1 vote.
That would be correct.
No, that's definitely social distancing then.
I did recommend to DD 25, they're gonna talk about it at a later time, but they need to really reclassify their district.
Which one?
DD 25,
That's Jason.
no, that's 15.
Oh, he's 50.
Yeah. If you look at the map on Beacon, it includes the Thorlands and goes up that far, but they're not in the classification.
Is 25 the one that connects to the south end of on Norm's piece to DD 11? Where they overlap now, or did that get changed in our classification on 11?
11.
South end of 11, it includes Norm's field there, where
Why can't I
Zach
think of
lives.
11? Oh, okay, yeah, no. It's south of that. It's south of, it's like down,
I know it included.
it starts at Thorlands. Right at the curve. I mean, it's just right here and then encompasses this right here down to
Okay.
the creek. Yes. So it doesn't even include most of section 10 or 15, and it should be in there. So Steve went south, so he said he'd get with the other guys when they get back. But that's something that we can't just have them do.
Oh, 20, yeah. No, that is 15 I was thinking of. 15 wraps around 11.
It does.
Oops,
Along with trustee 10 is in there, south of 11.
I didn't want to
Yes.
slide too far.
Oh, that's more like, yeah, south and it's on its own. 11 curves around it, yeah.
It dumps into 11.
Mhm.
We have more
Now it
control.
does. Used to just dump into the open river.
This is the one you have to sign, Bill, right?
Can't believe you didn't do that.
Really,
With all your experience.
years of experience. I thought I'd been alleviated of my responsibility of signing. That was your.
You're getting good at that.
I'm gonna start throwing them like frisbees here in a second.
When you start folding them, then we're gonna work like airplanes.
Yeah, pull it down, there you go. I've gotten in trouble with paper airplanes before.
Awesome. Never heard that.
Marianne Olson.
Oh. Yeah, they look like mammals, and they're always really small.
Right. I'm pretty sure you've heard of Marianne.
An Olson.
Yeah.
I beg my pardon.
Yeah, when they're gone. He's using more, I think. Yeah, the auditors have it. There is, but I didn't feel like going downstairs to get one, so I just,
Well, you had it for a week.
yeah. I'll have it back next week.
Are they doing something special?
It's just the annual audit. She'll actually come in and talk to you guys a little bit today, if we ever get to open forum.
Is it Elizabeth here or somebody else?
Elizabeth,
All 5 of them are here today.
yeah.
Must have found something there.
No, they just, usually these guys will come sooner. They all 5 come. Sometimes they're staggered and they are not all here at the same time. But this week they have been. And then 3 are leaving tomorrow to go to a new county, and then the other 2 will still be here. It takes all 5 to get all the information they need.
And how long?
About 2
Couple
weeks,
weeks, yeah.
depending on how many come at what time, and sometimes,
It's
probably
been
the
up to
longest.
3.
Yeah, probably the longest is 3.
Yeah.
Shortest is probably 2.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't have the budget done, is because there's a lot going on in my office right now, so.
Might be better off working from home.
Except they need me for stuff, so then
I just as soon have her here.
That's our tough luck, right?
Well, part of the audit is how accessible the auditor is and the information that they need from us, so.
It's not a good time to be gone. So last week when they were here, they got all Chelsea's stuff for payroll and did that last week knowing she would be gone this week. Yeah, so that worked out.
Well, anybody, any irregularities? Seemed like a full canvas.
I just can't believe we were able to get that election done in less than a month.
I think we should probably table this till next month.
I think so. I think there's probably some things we gotta go through there.
Actually, this
a week
election
late.
took us longer to get the results than the real election.
Yeah.
Just because you didn't have such good, people, transporting, ballots back to the auditor's office.
That's part of the problem.
One might have had it on the wrong week.
It wasn't 12, was it?
No.
Right.
Well,
So do you move to approve?
I'll make a motion. Are you gonna do it?
No, I was gonna let you.
Oh, all right,
Right
I'll make a motion to, will you say approve or
Yes.
approve the trustee drainage district election,
I'll second that.
2021?
For the canvas of it.
Approve the canvas of the,
Have you seconded that?
I did.
Okay, so I've got a motion from Jensvold and a second from Smith to approve the canvas of the 2021 trustee drainage district elections. All those in favor say aye.
all right,
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Could I ask a huge favor? Could you do the payroll next so I can keep moving with that because Chelsea's not here?
So you can have these, we signed it, right? There's just the one sheet to sign, right?
Yes.
Then I think we signed.
I found it much easier this time to help with payroll because there wasn't a holiday.
holidays mess stuff up.
Imagine COVID time off. things like that.
The rest of that was okay. I did have to called Chelsea a couple times yesterday, but we're good.
Julie likes to sign hers in red, and I didn't even know that she approved it.
Hang out. I have to go to work in a little bit.
She's hoping that, we'll get done quick enough and I can drop her off. She doesn't have to walk all the way down to the Y.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Time do you work?
2.
Suppose I can let you take the vehicle, then I can walk down to the Y.
Yeah, you could use a little exercise.
Oh.
Snap, that's on camera.
Oh, I wish we had
I
the
was gonna
360
leave and
camera right
let's go to
now.
lunch, I can
Yeah.
just take it if you want. It might be early, but,
That's okay.
okay.
Are those tears in your eyes, Billy?
Love these girls. So did Aaron, did they have their baby?
Yes, yes.
And what did they have?
A girl. Oh, fun. It's Lenora.
Ooh, I love that.
They call her Lenny.
Nice. I thought I saw it on somebody's page. It said Travis Tweeden's baby. I'm like, what?
I didn't say any.
Because we got in trouble.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
I didn't know I was in trouble.
You guys have already gone through them. We can make the motion if you want.
I didn't know.
Right?
I'll make the motion to approve payroll claims.
I'll second that.
Got a motion from Jensvold, a second from Smith to approve the payroll claims. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
You too.
Okay, so we're up to open forum, I suppose.
Yeah, I've got some stuff for you before I go get Elizabeth. And let's see, got that. That's just a management update. I'll have you sign that. And then I got some information on a stamper for you if you want a stamper.
So inclined.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll get that.
It's funny how things get done when he's the chair. I had to sign everything.
You never asked for a stamper, Bill.
Yeah, I mentioned it
Did you?
several times. Well, I remember me shaking my hand and because it was getting numb and there was tears in my eyes.
Sassy to say no?
Not this
There was
time.
tears in my eyes then too.
I have those at the farm. I like them. And TJ can. stamp
So
it.
we would submit our signature and be duplicated.
If you just want to grab a piece of paper out of the printer there, just sign a couple of times and then
Or should it just be his for now and then?
it's whatever you guys want
All
to do.
three.
If-
There's times at election
if he's
time
not-
you want 'em.
No, that's true.
If he's not here, then you're vice chair, so then you'd have to sign everything.
Mhm.
So
No, look at,
Where the handle is, up, over there, yeah.
each one has its own stamp or it rotates between names?
No, you'll have your own stamp.
It says 40 signature stamp.
That's the size,
Oh, the,
yeah.
Does it say a size, how big they want you to do it?
I think you can
Order 'em?
sign however, whatever size, but they'll make it bigger or smaller to fit whatever. Like, my signature is like this big, so they shrunk it down to make it this big, which
Yeah.
is nice. Yeah,
if you want the
I don't think I can
smaller
write
one,
that big.
Not expensive.
no, it's not real bad. It's worth not having numb fingers.
One thing is, they don't always work great if you have a pile of papers, or if it's thick.
Yeah.
Signing something like that works great if it's,
But just using the stamper to get these on is tough that way.
yeah,
Yeah.
so one, you know, the ones that I have, which are similar to this self-inking, are, it works great if it's flat and a single sheet. Like even when I do it, I have other ones for address and stuff, but if I do an envelope, sometimes you can read half of it.
Yeah, you got just that thickness of the paper being doubled up
Yep.
sometimes.
Or a
enough to-
staple, or a,
Yeah.
Okay.
you can try one for you and see if it works great, and then.
Is it cheaper by the 3 or for shipping, I suppose?
probably, I don't know, I didn't read
I
about
would
that.
think if you ship all 3, then it'd be cheaper.
Plus shipping, yeah, plus shipping, so I'm sure that would be a savings. But it would be useful if the chair is gone, right?
Yeah, I would just, all three of you sign that one piece of paper and I'll just send it in. Sign it like 3 times is what they have told me in the past.
Oh, and they'll find one.
They decide which one they like the best and use it.
Did you get my, did I get that, invoice emailed to you for the supervisors thing?
I used blue, but.
So according to our supervisor meeting, we got a check in the mail.
What's that?
There's a check in the mail this week.
For,
It was some leftover COVID through, Department of,
oh, yeah, I already know about that.
yeah. Don't know how much, but
I don't think there was a good one in the 3.
Maybe you should use a different name, see if that works better.
Maybe it's the name, yeah.
Oh, they're pretty good.
I know my new name works a lot better than the old one did.
What if they throw out all 3 of them? That's for you, Terry.
Better than Nerder
I'm still
Offer
practicing
or whatever.
this.
You should be good at it by now.
Yeah, that.
You should have seen when I had the bad finger. That was tough.
Oh, I bet. So I have a quick question, as long as we're just kind of waiting here, but I had one that was emailed to me about the Eagle Pork thing. Is it all right if I ask that question now? They're wondering why there are 9 Eagle Pork sites in Winnebago County and only 1 is in Wright County. Was it because it's their
That's where they're from,
home base of operations or something?
unless they call themselves something different down there, but it's probably like most things, everybody likes them and her to be next to someone else.
I'm sure that's why.
And
they
whether
asked
that's,
it.
I have no idea, they may have other facilities down there under a different name. It's-
It wouldn't have anything to do with the location of the feed mill or anything like that. That was the only thought.
Well,
We
they-
get
yeah.
Christensen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You could probably go ahead and get Elizabeth in here for the open forum if you want,
Okay.
but then if she gets in here, I'll probably do it.
so do you guys, go over the county code of ordinances? Like, that has to be updated every 5 years or something like that?
We went through, some time ago, we went through county ordinances, didn't we? To update them.
Every so many years, we have to recodify them.
It's been a little bit now.
I was just saying that it has to be every 5 years or something. So
Yeah, something like that.
you have it on some type of a
Yeah, on
revolving
the schedule, yeah.
schedule.
It hasn't been very long ago that we did it, so.
I was thinking 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know. I have it in a reminder on my computer.
Just pops up and then you know. That's good.
Morning, Elizabeth.
How are you guys?
Good.
Doing okay? Well, I just
Well-
wanted to, huh?
Don't
Good time
don't
for a
even
long
get.
chat story?
No.
Oh, all right, now go ahead. Yeah.
I just wanted to touch base and, we are here working on the audit of fiscal 2020. And I know you have a new supervisor, so I just wanted to be available if you had any questions or concerns or, the purpose of an audit is not to find fraud or error or irregularities. Purpose is to opine on whether or not the financial statements are fairly presented. So my staff's working through that process right now. We usually do an entrance conference with the auditor and treasurer, and then if you have any questions or concerns, you're more than welcome to pop in and, ask away. We also visit all the other department heads and elected officials, so everybody gets to see us, and we get to visit with everybody through the course of the audit. So, like I said, just wanted to touch base, see if you had any questions, and the thing that we're talking about a lot with the new supervisors and new auditors is internal controls and segregation of duties, and just making sure that you're being active and being involved in the claims process and the financial reporting process. Really important to be looking at claims when they come through. There's been fraud and errors and irregularities in other entities, and, the supervisors are kind of where the buck stops with that. So, just make sure that you're doing that and taking those procedures, doing what you need to do. So,
She asks lots of questions.
does she?
We like that.
There's a lot to learn. And
There
it's
is a lot to learn.
It's very overwhelming, and, I kind of hate it that the term starts in January when you get thrown right into the budgets.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Carla
yeah.
warned me a little, it's like, you're just gonna really jump in with both feet, and it has been a little
Yeah.
overwhelming, but.
It is, and, ultimately, the budget is the supervisor's baby, and when there's a new supervisor during the budget time, you're trying to get acclimated to what you're supposed to be doing, and it can be very overwhelming, so it's kind of too bad. And we've got 4 new auditors actually this year too. We audit 11 counties, and we've got 4 new auditors, and so we've got 4 auditors that are going through that process going, what did I get myself into? So
Yeah, that's a lot.
it is.
Is that all your company does is audit then?
Yeah, we do. We have kind of a range in specialties. The Charles City office does all the governmental, so it's just counties and cities. And then we also do farmer co-ops out of the Charles City office. Our Des Moines office is pretty much all farmer co-ops. They do some 401k audits and credit unions also. And then Lincoln, Nebraska and Sioux Falls, South Dakota is all strictly co-ops.
Wow.
Yeah, we've kind of specialized down, and with the TIF being as tricky as what it is and the drainage being as tricky as it is, and there's just a lot of ins and outs of it, so we've just decided to specialize in those areas, so.
Interesting.
So you do this year-round on a rotation?
Yeah, we take a little bit of time off in the summer, kind of have a little bit of a break, but just the way everything is scheduled, like with the gap reports being due in December, we can't really start the official audit work until September because of the accrual period. And so usually in September is when we start up hot, and going pretty hard on the audits. And then it goes through March 31st. The deadline to have everything filed with the state auditor's office is March 31st. So we go pretty hard. And then we try to get some preliminary work done in the summertime. Come out and do some spot checking, disbursement testing. We have to observe your inventory for secondary roads. That's part of the audit also. So we have to come and measure the piles of gravel and look at the bridge parts and the culverts and that type of thing too as part of the audit also. So
Kind of hard to measure a pile that's getting bigger and smaller every day,
yeah,
So all of the machinery everywhere, all for secondary roads, you audit all of those?
Yep.
things? Good, well,
Yep.
that's good to know, because as I was looking at those lists, I'm like, are we supposed to be going out there and make sure that
Yep. Scott,
2006 pickup is there?
Scott's supposed to be keeping an inventory of that, and then when we come in, we ask for additions and disposals throughout the year, and then we go ahead and update that list. Now, our list is different than what you're gonna have for insurance purposes, because there is a financial reporting threshold for that. Years ago, when this GASB statement was first issued, there was a policy. GASB is the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, and they govern and make the rules for the accounting for the counties and the cities. And so they set the thresholds, or the recommended thresholds. So like for equipment and machinery, it's anything over $5,000 is what the county policy is. So if it's under $5,000, like for laptops and desks and chairs and that type of thing, that's not something that's reported on your financial statements. A list is maintained for insurance purposes, but it's not reported on the financial statements. And then the same with land and land improvements and building, the threshold for that is $25,000. So anything over $25,000 is included on your financial statements. For infrastructure, I think it's $50,000. So for your roads and your bridges and those types of projects, it's anything over $50,000. So there's different thresholds based on the classification of the asset.
Interesting.
So.
And the Gatsby's, they come out with new ways to torture us every year.
They do.
And so there's a new Gatsby this year. And Elizabeth, we haven't had any training for the last year through ISAC or ISACA. So Elizabeth is actually going to help me with the new Gatsby that's out. Like I said, just because we haven't, ISAC was supposed to put together a spreadsheet for us to be able to track these funds, and they didn't get that to us. So Elizabeth's going to work through that for us, and we'll work together to make sure that gets done. But
it's GASB statement number 84, and it changes the definition of fiduciary funds. So like the funds that you're holding for that you're collecting property taxes for the cities and the schools and the townships, and then subsequently remitting, or the funds like for your flex benefit fund, where you've got money there for your flex benefit plan. So it's monies that don't necessarily belong to the county. They're just holding it in a fiduciary capacity. So the assessor's office is another one. The assessor has their own budget, own conference board. 911 is another one that you guys are going to have, where those in the past have never had a fund balance. Now they're going to. So we have to go back through and restate the beginning fund balances and figure out what they're going to be for the end.
So which ones change then, the separate boards?
No, well, it's anything that's a fiduciary capacity. So for you guys, it's your assessor's fund and your 911, and then all of your cities and townships and schools, and like the motor vehicle. Julie's got a motor vehicle fund for the collection of her motor vehicle and use tax, and then subsequent, remittance to the state. So we just have to go through, and there's a flow chart in the implementation guide that has a bunch of questions you have to go through and answer to determine if the fund really is fiduciary or if it's something that should be reported in your government funds. Also, like your auditor, recorder, and sheriff have separately maintained funds. They're collecting fees for services provided. Sometimes those are remitted to the state, sometimes they're remitted to the county. So this standard also ensures that all those fees are remitted prior to June 30th or in the accrual period, so that they're reported as part of the county instead of as a fiduciary fund. So it just changes the rules just a little bit. So, but there's
a lot more work.
It does. And there's another one coming here in a couple years with leases. So we're going to work with Carla to streamline if you have any leases, especially like copy machines, that type of thing. So try to make that a little bit easier.
Get away from those.
Yep.
well, the county attorney's office is the only one who leases a copy machine anymore. So I'm going to have a conversation with her about the reasons we don't want to do that and move on.
Yep.
Hopefully I can get her talked out of it.
The other thing, I guess, that we are stressing to all the supervisors is working with the autonomous boards, your conservation board, your conference board, public health. We've seen a lot of changes in it seems like the last year. where autonomous boards have kind of wanted to go do their own thing and not necessarily follow county policies and procedures. I don't know if your county has been experiencing any of that, but I don't know. At the end of the day, the paychecks are all signed by Winnebago County. So, we've had several counties where conservation wants to go ahead and give their employees a bigger raise than what maybe the compensation board has done, or maybe public health wants to do the same thing. And they want to have different policies. They want to have different meals and mileage reimbursements, or they want to do different things. And that makes for hard feelings and bad business. So, I guess stressing the importance of communication with those boards. And, if you're a member of that board, making sure that the county position and the supervisor's position on those different items is heard. And, like I said, ultimately, Winnebago County signs all the paychecks regardless of if it's an assessor's employee or conservation or public health. It's all one county. So the more streamlined you can make those policies, the easier it is for everybody. So you're not having to keep track of 10 mileage policies and 10 meal reimbursement policies and that type of thing. So, but like I said, that's something that's come to light in the last year where we seem to have some boards that are wanting to go do their own thing instead of following what county policy has.
So is that when you bring in the county attorney, when you have questions about that kind of thing?
Usually, yep.
Yeah.
Because ultimately they're the ones that will have to defend you if there's an issue. So,
Otherwise, they have to justify whether it was kind of a step raise or it was just a cost of living type raise.
and it used to be, I've been doing this for 21, almost 22 years, and it used to be that once the compensation board had met, or the unions, they kind of all followed the same guideline where, compensation board would maybe follow what the union's doing, or, they kind of mirror each other. And then the public health and the conference board would go ahead and go along with that. Well, it seems like the last few years, there's been a lot of variation in what the boards are deciding to do with the benefit packages. So that makes it difficult record keeping for the auditor's office when you've got 5 different boards that you're doing 5 different policies. Makes it difficult to track all that, and ultimately it seems to cause a little unrest with your employees too. So.
Well.
So yeah, any other questions, concerns, any?
I don't.
I'm sorry, I don't know enough about it to have really good questions, except for is you a private entity, or you're private?
Yep, I'm with Gardner and Company, and the state auditor's office has.
All right, see you later, Kinsey.
The state auditor's office used to do all the audits of all of the cities, schools, counties, whatever, back in the 1980s, and then they opened it up to have private firms go ahead and do the services. So yeah, we report to the state auditor's office, and they're kind of our oversight. If there's any questions or concerns that we need guidance on, they're the ones that we go to. They also give us code compliance guides that we need to complete for them. They've got test work where they want us to spot check to make sure you're in compliance with the Code of Iowa on certain things too. So they're our competition and our oversight, I guess.
So how are you paid?
Through the county.
The county is billed for your services?
Mm-hmm.
We sign a contract for their service.
Okay.
It comes up for bid.
Every 3 years.
Not a lot of competition in their field.
No, it's pretty specialized. There's not a lot of CPA firms that
I'm
do
thinking
it.
who would want it.
I love
it. Once you have all the tools and all the knowledge and the people to do it, it's probably going from county to county is easier.
Well, I don't know about that.
So where are you out of?
You mean there's differences?
Pardon?
You mean there's differences?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
My office, I work out of the Charles City office. We have offices, our headquarters is in Des Moines, and then I'm in the Charles City office. We also have offices in Lincoln, Nebraska, and Sioux Falls, South Dakota. But
So if you have 5 people here now, are they all from Charles City? You bring your crew?
That's my crew. Yeah, there's 6 actually in our office. So Mark doesn't do governmentals though. He used to. He is too. We chased him out of that. He specializes in the co-op side, so he does the co-op side of the Charles City office, and I've done the governmental. So yeah, but nobody. Well, two of them live in Charles City. I live in Osage, and I've got two that live in Waverly. So yeah, but yeah, there's getting to be fewer and fewer firms. The rules keep getting harder and harder. More hoops to jump through. Independence issues, we have to remain independent both in fact and in appearance. And it used to be you could call with questions and we could help you or tell you what to do. And now we can kind of point you in the right direction on some things, but we can't necessarily, give you the answer. You have to contact Mike Galloway, for example. He's a wonderful resource. He's very knowledgeable and he knows what he's doing.
About this morning.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
So 350.
Yes. So like I would, if I have a financial question, I would call her. If I have a human resource question, I call Mike Galloway.
Yep.
That's kind of, and sometimes I'll call her and ask a question and she'll say, call Mike Galloway.
Yep.
So,
Well, like I said, our rules keep getting tighter and tighter. We just had new pronouncements that came out and restricted down what we can help with and whatever again. So if I don't have the answer or can't give it, I can at least point you in the right direction.
Mhm.
All right. Any other
Glad you're here.
questions, concerns? Okay, well, I think the guys are gonna finish up today. So I think Sarah and I will probably be here yet tomorrow, possibly Thursday. We'll see how it goes, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we can finish our budget.
yes.
Getting close?
I'm getting close. I don't have like the last year's in and the year before, and then like I need to make sure the beginning balances are correct and like that kind of thing is like the fine tuning stuff yet.
I wanted to make sure she was available for you.
There you go. We bother Carla's office a lot.
Well, that's her job.
A lot, yeah. The auditor's office is in charge of all the financial reporting, and it's a huge responsibility. So that office is kind of the hub of everything that happens in the county, so.
Yeah, I've been made aware of that just in the last month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you look at the list we send her a list of audit preparation list before we come, and she's got like 3 pages, and everybody else is a couple sentences. So the brunt of it falls on the auditor's office, so. Everybody else has it pretty easy when we come, so. Okay, well, I guess if you do ever have any questions and concerns, Carla knows you guys can call us anytime, and, we're available to answer, and if we can't, we'll direct you the direction you need to go and go from there. And I guess then we'll be back after we issue the audit report then to give you the spiel. So, and then, yeah, if you have any questions or concerns, when I come back to do the exit conference, I try to keep it pretty short and to the point. I could talk about it for days and explain it and go through and whatever, so.
She's gonna hand you a great big book full of numbers.
Yep, it's gonna be like this. This is last year's.
Oh
Yep.
my gosh, yeah.
This is last year's, so, yeah. But yeah, if you're ever interested and want to know more, then,
I'm guessing you got to see a audit report from Nyakog, didn't you? So
Yeah.
she's been through one.
yeah. Yeah, the county's got 3 sets of financials, though. We got cash basis, we have modified accrual basis, and we got full accrual basis. So there's 3 sets. So it's exciting stuff.
If you're into that kind of thing.
I'm a nerd.
And I'm a keep it simple, stupid guy.
I enjoy the numbers, so it's,
Well, it's fun when they all
it is,
add up.
it is.
Yeah.
But each, we do the same thing at each county, but each county has their own challenges and their own difficulties and their own little fluky things. Some have a lot of TIF, some don't, and drainage is another beast. And you guys are gonna make a big change with your conversion to Tyler version 10, and that scares me, but.
The biggest question over the years has always been when we do our beginning of the calendar year, we do our cash count. And
Yep.
the question was, how do we know? We can tell, yeah, this is what they reported, but is it making a difference what we're doing there? It might find pennies or something, but
Yeah.
treasurer's office is probably the only one that's gonna show any major thing,
Yep.
unless maybe the jail or something.
Yep. Yep.
But,
But that's part of your internal control structure too, so, by them knowing that you're coming and,
yeah, because in
that's,
the past, I know one department out there wasn't actually depositing their money on time and.
Yep. it's that second set of eyes. So, just a good piece of the internal control, so, and that's really important.
Yeah, I was telling them, some counties don't do that anymore, but we've continued to do it.
And it's recommended to them that they still do it, so, but they've just chosen not to. There's some elected officials that don't want supervisors in their office, which, to me, that raises a red flag, because what do you got to hide?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that,
Yeah.
The only reason I wouldn't have wanted to do it this year is A, if it was too cold, or,
Yeah.
or B, because of COVID,
Yeah.
that
Well, we-
separation.
means we drive now, so it ain't quite so bad. We used to have that long walk down to public health.
Now we drive, because we gotta drive out to the jail.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing, because like I said, it's just another piece to that internal control puzzle where you're going and some audit firms, when they audit, they don't pull their own claims. Well, we always pull our own claims, because sometimes when you're flipping through, you'll notice something and you'll ask something, because you don't know. And sometimes those questions spark conversations that lead to greater things. So, by being involved in that cash count and just kind of taking a peruse through, and by not dealing with it day to day, stuff might pop up at you that, might lead to something better. So,
I think it's a great thing. I think it makes you sleep at night. Would be for me. I mean,
like I said,
it's just a worry.
When she first started doing this, she used to bring a toy guillotine with her.
yeah.
I think the auditors really top too, but that she's mellowed over the years, so.
I've been doing this a long time, so.
They've been outlawed since.
Yep,
Yeah,
I can't bring it
yeah,
anymore.
yeah.
Can't bring your gun to the courthouse, it's
Well, you can in this courthouse.
Not upstairs.
just not a good idea.
It's frowned upon. Little beeper goes off. So, all right, well, thanks, Elizabeth.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you. Like I said, if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, so, yeah, we did the motion on the payroll and passed that, right?
Yep.
Discuss budgets and levies.
So all I really have today is, this is what I have so far. It's not complete, like I said. I gave you this morning. And probably what I wanted you to look at the most at this point is page 4. And that is where the levies are at right now.
The current levy rate.
Yep, what I have in there for what will be, and basically I took 25% of the expenditures as the ending fund balance, or 25% of the expenditures to make the ending fund balance, and use that as what is the levy rates.
Is that a pretty safe assumption?
That's what I've been told over the years that we should use as a number. So, like I said, it's not quite done yet. I've been working on it, not as much as I'd like. Like I said, I've been busy, but hopefully next week I'll have it all put together, and then you can decide if you want to make any changes. I mean, really, I'd like you to make, if you wanted to make changes, this is the time, because it's not quite done, but.
Trying to remember valuations last year to this year. Is there a place
I
that
can
shows
print
that?
out last year's for you, so you can see. Oh, I don't have I might have to go to my office to print it out.
Can you read it?
These levy rates compared to last year's are,
I don't know, I'll have to go look, because I can't pull it up on this computer. So let me grab it quick.
mine in my booklet, but I didn't bring it with me.
I had my worksheet from last year when I finished.
Must be nice to have a mind like Elizabeth's where you can just make sense of all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Or read through it.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, you can look at the bottom lines and figure things out, but when it comes to all that stuff,
Yeah, that really analytical kind of a
yeah,
brain.
and know what it all means and what it all is, and have all the acronyms down.
Yeah, you can tell she's a bright cookie.
She is.
Bill, you signed this, can you just remember it?
Yes.
So if you compare it, we're up by 23 million on depends which one you look at, without the gas and electric utilities, it's only up 18 million, which is still better than down. So you say the levies you plugged in were what would fit, or, okay.
Yep.
So there's a big difference in the general basic.
The rate is down, but the valuation is evidently,
Yeah, so the overall rate's down.
yeah,
The only one that's up
is,
is the rural services basic.
yeah.
And that's, you continue to give Scott increases in his, how much he's able to spend at a rural basic. So as long as you keep giving him increases, you're gonna have to keep increasing this.
We always look at it every year, how the economy looks. Right now, for the farmers, the economy looks good. When they pay these taxes, I don't know if it'll still be good or not. But we've tried to back off on the rural services levy just to accommodate for the tough times.
Well, hopefully there's plenty of them that didn't listen to their marketer before the fall. A lot of guys sold this corn for $3 a bushel.
Yeah, there was a lot delivered. I should have bought it back on the Board of Trade too. Or bought an auction anyway.
I have heard of some of them doing that.
So actually, total taxes levied is about $500,000 less, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd feel a lot better that way.
Like I said, I don't know, I still have to do some work with the beginning balances and that kind of thing, which can change everything, but, we'll see. If you go to, page 14, that's where your ending balances are. And, obviously, I need to do some work there yet, too.
So we haven't utilize TIF funds to where there's refunds in this budget yet? So did we borrow
Well,
money
okay,
last year?
so technically, I messed up and, I already paid back the tip, which I shouldn't have done that till next year.
Okay,
So, and Elizabeth and I talked about that already, so, going forward, I will do it the correct way.
okay, but in this budget, is there going to be any refund? We've already done it.
We've already done it.
Okay. So it's not something we have to put in here.
No, depending on what happens with the roof, we'll have to put in, well, it's budgeted, so next year we'll get the money back.
Right,
From
the
the TIF.
2023 budget will
Yes,
program in that refund from TIF.
Yep.
That's what I was getting at.
Yep.
Whatever the refund. So how much have we already done this year? The refund? That was for what?
we actually did it in 20. So we won't get any money back from TIP this year,
No, but trying to remember what project that was.
the courthouse.
Oh, okay.
Is that what you want, is that close to where you want your ending fund balances to be? I mean, are you comfortable with that?
%25% is what they recommend. All these are, numbers that are here are all close to the 25%.
Except like mental health. You can see that's negative, but I've got to put in the money we got back from CSS yet.
CSS.
I haven't put that in yet, so that should,
Is that enough to get
but
out of
it's
the
still
negative?
not enough.
I was gonna say,
So that's the problem though, is we don't do that budget, they do that budget, and if it's a negative budget, I don't have any say in changing it. So I don't know what they're gonna have to do, but that's the budget they gave me.
So like this mental health one line item, the zeros that are in there, it all comes out of that's all in the county fund, or what?
So
is
mental
that?
health is a separate fund, and basically their money in the mental health fund belongs to the region. So they do the budget for it, and I just put it in, and then we send whatever money is left to them. So basically, they leave us enough money that we can pay the payroll that's out of there, but that's it.
and it's levied on a per capita basis. This year it's gonna be, was it 28 or 25? I
It
can't
was
remember.
25.
25 for us, and it was 28 for Worth, I think. But, should we have levied more?
Well, either that or we have to spend less. I mean,
Well, I think that will happen. Well,
mean, the problem is the first thing they want me to do is send all that money that we got from CSS to them, so. I mean, that's gonna take our,
They're not leaving any of it here? Well, we don't have, well, we have, Sandy's just gotta come out of there, doesn't it?
no, it comes out of 25, Department 25
All right.
of the general fund,
And then Ruth's
comes out of there,
out here.
yep.
They don't leave enough for that?
Well, they're supposed to, but the way they've got it budgeted, they're not, it's not gonna be enough. Cause even with the 100 and whatever, 90,000, it's still negative.
I mean, we could put our levy back up to where it was. But we wanna be able to keep that extra here.
That's, I need to probably call, Carmen out of, what is she, Palo Alto?
Yeah, the one that's doing the fiscal agent.
Cause I think her and Melissa did the budget together, and like I said, the numbers just don't work.
I'm trying to find our service area 0 page from last year, and not finding it. All my pages got cut off at the top, I couldn't read them, but I don't see it in the same format.
So Carla, you were asking if that's how we want to see it, or that's how we'd like it to look. You're meaning the ending fund balances?
Mm-hmm. I mean, do you feel comfortable at 25%? Do you want to do 30%? Do you?
In order to do 30%, we have to raise the levies. We've always tried to not do that, especially when ag economies are rather depressed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think I wanna overtax.
So where did you get the 25% from? Where did
So I
that come
take
from?
all the expenditures, and I take 25%. And then that leaves the ending fund balance amount where it should be,
Or if you take your expenditures and multiply by 1.25, then you've got.
whatever makes you happy.
Yeah.
But the actual number, the 0.25, is that from other counties? Is that a state thing? Is that just?
That's what, to be honest, that's what Mike Stenzer had always wanted the ending fund balances to be at, was 25%. So that's what I've kind of stuck with.
They're, like the mental health now, we had a huge fund balance, and then the state said we had to go down to this ridiculously low number, like 20% or something like that. And then they spent all of it, because Winnebago County had a huge fund balance compared to what we were the budget. We were 2% of CSS's budget, and I think we were 7% of their fund balance. So then they snarfed all that money, and well, now they're going back
right
to
back.
40% for the fund balances. The state is, so to me, it was almost a legalized stuff okayed by the state. They made us spend these fund balances down in a panic. And some regions, like the one we're in now, lowered their levies to spend their fund balances down. And where we were, he just went on spending spree.
Was this Baltimore,
But
the one that spent it down? Ye who shall remain nameless,
oh, yeah,
Baltimore.
yeah.
You watched those movies, didn't you? Harry Potter movies?
Oh, no, I have never watched
Oh,
a
really?
Harry Potter movie. All right, so that's why I'm kind of getting what you're saying, or I can tell the context that you're
He
saying
was
it
the
in.
bad guy he's always the bad guy in the Harry Potter.
Okay, I have never watched a Harry Potter movie. the most popular movies ever, I think.
And Wormtail was his creepy sidekick.
Oh, is that right? Wormtail? That sounds creepy.
You have to binge watch that some weekend or something.
Yeah, I'll have to.
Start.
I've heard they're good.
You just got
Be better off to read books.
I actually listened to the books on tape when I was driving back and forth to Des Moines all the time.
Oh, yeah?
Back in the early 2000s, I'd have to go to Des Moines for a late night meeting and come home at 2 o'clock in the morning, so it kept me awake.
I like the books. I like them.
I just don't have focus enough to read that much.
Well, I had all kinds of books out there. One set of tapes I had was great presidential speeches from the past and stuff like that.
Yeah, that'd be good.
But you get going down the road, then you got to quick rewind it because you couldn't hear it. You can start actually thinking about your driving, you know.
So are we comfortable with 25% as being the target?
How many years have you done 25%?
We've been less than that.
Yeah,
We've done less.
especially in the rural part of it.
Depends on, yeah, depends on the year, depends on.
But we got ourselves into a bind too by doing that.
Weren't we down around 12 once?
Yeah, it was,
It seemed like we were down to nothing
Yeah,
a couple of years. And we had to slowly, levy a little more. But if we can,
25% seems like it should be a good percent. I mean, you'd have to have something catastrophic to get you 25% out of your budget usually.
and I mean, with an old building like this, you can have catastrophic, I hate to say it, but
Well,
there's things
in
that
theory,
can happen, but-
in theory, you got insurance for a lot of that. But,
not for maintenance.
no, not for maintenance, but then hopefully we've got most of that taken care of. As far as, the big ticket item expenses. I mean, that's where we got in troubles because we were trying to, rather than borrow the money to fix the courthouse, we had millions of dollars, or not millions, but $1 million worth of repairs, and we tried to take it out of the budget without raising the levies. And it kept growing and growing and growing.
Cash down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I suppose we still have loans we pay off for one of those that we borrowed for, right? But we can't put that into the urban renewal plan. It
no,
was too
that's,
late.
that's out of, the debt service fund,
Right. Same with the jail.
yes. And like I said, next week I should have it closer to done, and then it'll be easier probably to look at, just because it'll be done versus,
Yeah, but you're saying you'd like to know the percentage now.
yeah, if you want to change it, I would.
I don't, like mental health wise, they're saying we gotta have a 40% fund balance now. But there you can have, I mean, that's the one thing I'll say about CSS is there was some safety in numbers. Because if you got a really, really expensive individual or a few of them, then you spread it out amongst 22 counties. But most of those individuals we got a bit of a safety net out there with Medicaid and stuff like that.
Excuse me.
Shouldn't, I'm thinking that 40% might even be strong there, unless of course they come up with some new one.
Well, like I said, we're gonna have to do something with mental health, because I can't have a negative ending fund balance going into next year.
How about the,
Capital projects.
yeah, is that gonna change or?
Well, I'm gonna have to look at that. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Where does the
know
courthouse
if-
roof even fall into? Where does the courthouse roof fall into?
Capital project.
That is, Okay, that's what I thought.
I think the problem with the capital projects is I think Robert's been budgeting things two different places. I think he's budgeted some of it out of capital projects and some of it out of the Conservation Trust Fund, which would be in general other. And so it's not showing up all in the right place, which is making the capital projects fund look negative. So I need to probably talk to Robert and make sure that he's got all of his,
So would our courthouse be under, 0220 capital projects, other capital projects?
yes. And Robert's is under that conservation.
Yeah.
But I think when you look at the revenues,
Which page is that?
page 6,
You're showing 1.5, right? Yeah, that shows. So why does it come out? Well, I see. We have projects at 1.9. We have between fund balance and our resources, we're at 1.5.
seeing the beginning balance, if Robert had the beginning balance in the right spot, I think there would be more money in capital projects, but I think he's put the revenue for that into the Conservation Trust Fund, which makes it negative.
So you'll have to get that figured out.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we're getting close. Are we comfortable with 25 then?
I'm afraid I don't know enough about it to make
Yeah.
a good decision.
I'm fine with it.
Everything, I'm comfortable with 25 on everything except, I want the 25 in the rural services levy, but we had to go up to accomplish that on the levy. That's the only concern I had.
Well, the other option is to cut expenditures.
To get to the 25% or be below the 25%.
That's what I was wondering if we could
Just leave the levy down the same as
That's
it
I was looking to
was.
see what we planned on for a ending balance for this last budget.
I'll try to pull it up here. I don't
Well, even if we levied it CSS or Care Connections of Northern Iowa's max levy, that still would only be 50,000 extra.
They're gonna have to leave us more money, is what,
Yeah, no, out of the original. Now, we're pretty confident that spending is gonna be less than what's budgeted, which has been a history for this region that we're in now. That's why, was it last week or the week before when we were looking at budgets and I pointed out that 900 and some $1,000 draw in one year that CSS took out of us. We wouldn't have to worry about this right now if we're still in that. It's sent a picture of that to Ron Swears to get his, he used to be a supervisor from Hancock, and he was instrumental in discovering what was going on at CSS. Him and I used to ride meetings together, and I knew that, I took a picture of that and sent it to him. I says, this got my blood pressure up, but I didn't want to be alone. He called me.
Did he call you?
Yeah,
You did that during a meeting, didn't you, that day?
yeah, he called me later.
Feel bad for you, did he?
Yeah,
Well, he's a taxpayer that had to pay for it too, so.
yeah. He didn't remember it being that bad.
For them?
Well, it wasn't quite as bad for them because they didn't have near the fund balance we did. A reward for being, I don't know if you call it fiscal or whatever, or just not having a lot of problems, was to give the money to someone else to take care of their problems.
So if you need a number to be able to even finish your budget, the 25 makes sense. But is it an easy number once we see that? To just plug in another number and see what it looks like, or not?
So when I make a change, I have to put it in the Tyler system. I run 2 reports, then I put it in the state system. So, I mean, it's not like it's just,
Yeah, it's not like when we're doing our
yeah,
spreadsheets
I mean-
that we can put in a different number.
yeah, I can. It's
Yeah.
just, it takes time
Yeah.
to get it to, I can pull up March 9th of my 19 in this, on this computer,
Okay.
but I have to go to the other one if you want 20.
Oh, what was it in 19 then? For
The ending balance?
Yeah.
For rural basic? Is that what you're looking for?
Sure.
It was 257,780.
So half of what we're looking at here. But I think at that time, we were struggling to raise it slowly.
Well, and rural basic also is, I mean, if you don't have that money when Scott orders his equipment, he can't pay for it. So if there's not
That's
any,
what we were struggling with back in. You kept saying, Scott, you can't order this equipment because you don't have money. Well, the county does. No, you don't have money.
yeah, it wasn't in rural basic where he wanted to buy it out of, and if there's no money there in that fund, you can't buy
You
something.
may have a lot of money in this checking account, but it's not in this checking account.
Well, it's technically all one checking account, it's just the fund.
So in 2019 and 2020, the levies were 25.
No, wow.
And what we
The carryover was wow. Well, I don't think they were 25% then on that.
I don't think it was 25% in rural
We were
basic.
just doing that balancing act of keeping the levy low for the farmers.
So
And-
how low was low?
Well,
Tell you
like
yours.
last year's levy was lower than it is planned for this year.
So the levy in 19 was 4.4, and with that amount, we raised $1,755,523.
1 million what?
$1,755,523.
So about 240,000 less than what we're projecting this year at 4.4. And we're doing it a point higher, a full point higher than that.
Yeah, and 20 was 4.8, and it raised $1,995,016.
Do we have a breakdown of what rural valuations did?
Rural values for 2019 was, with gas and electric, was 401,524,131.
Okay, so what is it this year? Is it 180?
This year, rural values are 433, 486, 335.
What page is that on?
Page 4.
It was on 4.
Last year's was what? 3,
Which part?
the valuation,
It was 414,
414.
951, 999. So it's incrementally going up in value.
Yep.
About the same each year. Which just surprises me because, well, it's a formula.
Yeah, well, they auctioned off some land over by Buffalo Center, and it went for a pretty darn good price. Both farms, so it's holding its value despite,
Over 10,000.
yeah.
It's the problem with land, is they don't make any more of it.
Or the good part of land.
Yeah,
It's just hard to justify 10,000 when the price was so low.
well, unless you've got piles of old money sitting somewhere. And you get a few of those guys who want a little more. Well, one of them was, one of the fields was bought by a lawyer. I believe it was Ben Ennan. I can't remember who bought the other one.
So my question would be, is it worth messing with this to have just a little bit lower ending balance for the rural basic, but then we can't really buy equipment the next year as soon as we want, I suppose. We don't have the carry.
Like I said, the best way to lower levy is to lower the expenditures so that you can still have your 25%.
Yeah.
We have given them a pretty good run on equipment. And most everything has been pretty well, other than just a few pieces of equipment, pretty well updated.
A couple of years ago, there was a couple of years we really did some cuts.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we cut, might have been half the one year.
Yeah.
And there was another year where we cut it too. But, I mean, it's new equipment, you don't have as much downtime and stuff like that. But also, if you've got guys that have the talent and ability to fix some of that stuff themselves, then you don't have to hire somebody for their $150 an hour shop to do it either.
So,
in my head, I gotta get this straight. When a farmer pays taxes on land, is he paying just in rural basic, or he also pays in rural supplemental and general basic, or?
So when a farmer, the levy that a farmer would pay on farmland would be the 12.7, no, that's 2 years ago, sorry.
12.3,
It would be the 12.303,
so he's paying all those categories.
yes.
So if we lower the others, then you'll see probably a lesser tax bill, because last year it was 13.3, it's a whole point less
Their overall would be a point less,
for the levy rate.
just the one would be up higher.
Just, yeah,
I mean, total levy this year, if we leave it the way it is, like I said, once I get done and I know for sure that everything's right, I mean, we're already cutting all the levies by, what'd you say, like $500,000?
Yeah, yeah.
well, I guess it makes me feel better if their overall levy rate is lower.
Yeah,
I agree.
I just couldn't, you know, I don't wanna have another increase, we've had so many.
well, I mean, as we,
But this way, we can show them that more of their money's going towards their rural services versus the other services, percentage-wise.
I mean, and it's the level of services you want.
Yeah.
I've talked to people that would be fine with not getting their roads cleaned right away. I mean, we can always back down on that stuff. But then there are people who live out in the rural areas that don't have big, huge tractors and snowblowers and four-wheel drive pickups.
Well, I guess in that respect, I'm okay with it then. You just gotta get your ducks in a row on those other things, and what do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm fine with
Shoot
it.
for the 25%?
Yeah, without having any more information than what I know at this point, I think that the 25 makes the most sense. I guess I'd like to see it reduced.
Everybody's basically is gonna get reduced this year as far as levy rate.
Levy rates are down, but the actual taxes they're gonna pay are gonna be up because valuations are up somewhat. Which has happened in the past. And we have the control over the levies, we don't have control over the valuations, so.
Exactly.
Okay, so then we just, yeah, we're going down 500,000 altogether on overall budget levy.
Yeah.
So I feel like we've done something in the right direction.
Just want to make sure that we do due diligence as we can, you know?
In a couple of years, we'll have more turbines coming online.
Well, and then as the other TIF sunsets or whatever, all that money will be,
A portion.
well, yeah, well, but you see, but then the school doesn't have to tax as much because they're gonna be getting more of the turbine money so that they can lower,
Don't they get backfilled from the state?
um,
I was thinking there's some formula where they get some backfill from the state for when somebody has a TIF district.
yeah, that's possible, I'm not
That's
sure.
why you don't hear a lot of complaining.
But, because if they get all that turbine money coming in, the levy rate that they have, that they set, then they'll have way more money than they're ever gonna get back on a per student basis, so then they just as well lower that levy rate, because it'll just be kept by the state if they don't, so.
But I think in the school formula, I think there's some replacement monies there.
Yeah, I'm sure there probably is.
So is that the wishes then, to go that route for now? Look at it and see where we're at.
Yes.
I'd say we're a lot closer than we've been other years at this point. We've done a lot of sweating over the years trying to figure out how we're gonna manage the rates.
to Melissa and over there.
Yeah.
Care Connections of Northern Iowa. Someday I'm gonna be able to have that. I just can't get the Northwest Iowa Care Connections out of my head.
I can't get all the initials for all of them. It's easier for me if I just say the whole thing.
You know, the acronyms, especially, after a while, you get used to some of them, but then there's so many of them, you can't know, what does that one mean? Yeah, but that's, lots of times I'll see the acronym and I'm like, all right, give your full name here somewhere. I wanna know what I'm looking at.
Mhm.
Well, is that it then? Anything else on the budget?
No.
Well, I guess that ends our agenda then. We'll stand adjourned.